Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their court.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican po yung service of you.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. And, I'm trying to adjust the volume here. There we go. It's a little bit loud. It's a teensy bit loud. It is great to have you here. Good morning. We have a fantastic half a day ahead of us. It's gonna be good. Let's see. Awakened way too early this morning by the sound of the garbage truck passing our house before the garbage was out. Yeah. So there's that. So no, and they won't come back. We've got a new service. It's like if you miss it, you miss it. It's done. All right. Anyway, have to remind my son whose job it is to take the garbage out to the street. What day it is.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. Ooh. Yeah, garbage day. It's hump day, just so you remember. Okay, all right. I got 2 thumbs up from him. All right, welcome. It is hump day. We made it halfway through the work week, and we get a half day to celebrate. So that's going to be good. I'm super excited, actually, I think Mrs. R is excited because every time I have a half day, it's great you have half a day to work on the bathroom, which is, we're on the gypsum board installation, which is like drywall for bathrooms. And it's tough. Measuring all the holes and everything, cutting all the holes, and then putting it on. It's been a rough one for me, but we're gonna get it figured out. All right, welcome. Let's see, they won't start ARCA on a half day. You don't think so? It'll be ARCA to start tomorrow, maybe. I do apologize to all those who are new, and we're not expecting a hump day cheer. Yes, we do that every Wednesday, or some variation of it, but that's what we try to do. All right, court is going to be starting here a little bit, which means we have to take care of a couple things beforehand, and I think we have at least one birthday today. I think Facebook, a little Facebook friends told me that it's one person's birthday, and it could be lying because a lot of people lie about their birthdays on Facebook. I know Mrs. R.A. might. A lot of people just don't like to give out their personal information that way. But I'm gonna just consider that Adam Nuski's birthday is actually today because Facebook told me so. And we're gonna add him to the list if he's not already on it. And we'll sing to him today. And if it's not his birthday, then he can beg our forgiveness later. Oh, Phoenix Feather, you need to rewind. Got a good hump day yell this morning. But it's going to be a good hump day as well. I missed Runkle last night. I saw he was on, but lots of duties took precedence, unfortunately. All right. Thank you for acknowledging the stream, Karen. Karen Yalaki. All you need to acknowledge the stream is hit the button that says "I acknowledge" on it. It looks like a hand with a thumb pointed in the upward direction. This is not to indicate that you like anything on the stream, or you like being here, or you like what you hear. It's just used to let everyone know that you have receive notification that the stream exists. And if you could do that in true Buchanan style, that would be appreciated. Just with a quick acknowledge. All right. Oh man, I don't think I can cover business at all anywhere. That's a rough one for YouTube. Am I working pro bono today, screeners? I think so. Let's see. There we've got some birthday messages. Thank you, by the way. Well, amazing mods. Thank you very much. Amber does her homework and confirms with a reliable source it is indeed Adam Nuski's birthday, so we are going to sing to him. Whether or not he wanted to tell us, tell you, we have our ways of finding things out. We're going to sing to Kay, Culperistic, Riley, and Adam Nusky. There we go. Those four celebrating their birthdays today. And when I say we are going to sing, I actually mean all of us, like you, me, and you too. We're all going to sing together and celebrate their birthdays. I would never in my wildest dreams think of singing solo in front of all of you. The only way this happens is with all of you singing. That way my voice blends with yours to celebrate their birthdays. So everyone, if you please stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, and warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There we go. We got it. Square thing around. I'll fix it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Kay, Culperistic, Riley, and Adam Nusky. Happy birthday to you. Kay, Culperistic, Riley, and Adam Nusky. There are many wonderful days. Today is your special day. Happy birthday. I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could have been celebrating with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully we can return some of that joy back to you, make your day a little more specialer. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Andy's Grill, and Bob Evans. I think I said McDonald's twice. It's all right. Happy birthday. What a day. You get a half a day, courtesy of the judge. Let your boss know as well, by the way. Let your boss know that it's your birthday, and the judge has ordered a half a day, and that should at least get you a little time off work, maybe a lot. If it gets you a lot, I apologize. I did not mean to get you fired. I didn't know it was the last straw. I didn't know you were on thin ice at your work, and this would be like the last. The boss is like, that's it. Here's your pink sheet. I'm sorry, but you got the half a day at least. I mean, there's that. Oh, half a day. Greeners is working for negative $1.99 today. Greeners, by the way, was first in chat. That's what he's getting at. And I completely skipped it until now. I didn't realize what you were saying, what you were talking about. Greeners, congratulations, first in chat. During the birthday song, we're going to gift you the internet. Yes, we're giving out gifts, everyone. Drum solo coming up. Greeners, you, my friends, not only have to work for negative $1.99, but you also have to take care of everything I pre-related. Now let's do the drum solo, get this finished correctly. Uh-oh, I did the fourth tom. I did instead of doing the ding on the cymbal, I did dunk on the tom. I apologize for messing that up. I realized I was the only person who made the mistake on the air drum this morning, and thankfully your correct air drumming covered my mistake, and nobody heard it. All right. With that said, we are excited to get back in court. Why are there so many half a days? I believe we have a juror who has some sort of standing appointment. I think the judge, we sort of heard a little bit when we weren't supposed to. I think the judge was sort of talking with the lawyers afterwards. The mics were hot. This was about a week ago. Last time there was a half a day, and we heard that there was a juror with an appointment. It could be medical. It could be, who knows what, but it's most likely medical. And because of that, we've got to take a break or dismiss the juror. And the judge doesn't want to dismiss the juror. We're ahead of schedule. Half a day's work, but it's all good. I miss. Can we do a re-song? Adam, you were this. No, Adam, you need, just because it's your birthday, you don't get a redo because you're late. I will give you, for your birthday, I will give you a pass. I will give you a pass on being late. I will not mark this down on your permanent record like I have on the other times you were late. Happy birthday, Adam. The big 21 again for like the 15th year or something like that. Happy birthday. I hope you, Adam, and your succulents have a wonderful day. Adam knows what that means because he's a big fan of succulents. Those little mini cacti things. All right, Adam, you got to rewind just like everyone else. All right, where are we at today? Where are we starting? I believe we have a new witness. Might be Lucky. Because he's the guy. Might be the snowplow driver. It might be Officer. Do we have a new witness? I think I'm trying to remember. I have to, full confession. I'm running on about 30% power right now because last night I had one of these massive migraines at like the base of my skull, and it's still here. The drugs, I thought it's just going to go away. If I sleep enough, it will go away. And so I fought through it and did not sleep well. And this morning, like 10 minutes ago, I finally took some meds. And it's still here, so I can't turn my head very well. Oh, it hurts. All right, it will get feeling better. If honestly, I mean, all kidding aside, if that's my only complaint today, I have nothing to really complain about. I know a lot of you are going through some major things. Many of you have shared them with me on the burner phone, privately, not to be shared with the group. I'm mindful that a lot of you. Every day, you're going through some very, very heavy stuff, whether it's medically, with family, with loss, financial situation, everything like else. I'm truly blessed. So, and I'm also mindful of you guys as you face massive challenges that I would never in my wildest dreams want to trade places with. So, thank you all for being amazing today. By the way, you all are. All right, Candy Kiss, we got like one little reference to half a day. I think it was right at the end of the day. I could pull it up on the replay machine, but I'm like 99% positive that half a day was on the schedule. And then tomorrow's going to be a full day. So I just throw an iPad on the floor. I didn't have a place to put it. It was in my way. All right, Amber wanted to share something with me. Drink a Mountain. I have one Mountain Dew left. Let me summon my child. I'm gonna, for medical reasons. It's not to wake up. I am wide awake. For medical reasons, I'm gonna just. I have one Mountain Dew left, so I'm going to drink that for my headache. It does help. It does really help. It's a caffeine withdrawal migraine. No! Then it helps, but it puts it off and makes it worse later. It's been, I got a pop out of my neck. That was good. It's been a bit. It's been a few days since I've had one. All right. I started working on the taillight yesterday, by the way. I started looking to see if I could use a putty knife to pry the lens cover from the housing. So I just very carefully took a little knife and just sort of wiggled it a little bit, and like a million tiny little just appeared in it. Like a million tiny little cracks in that tiny little point where I was putting pressure. So I'm going to use some heat. I'm going to eat it. I haven't opened it with my elbow at 24 miles an hour. I'm going to try to use some heat to try to, let's see, to try to get it open. Quick reminder this morning, I realize this is a case where a lot of people have some strong feelings. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you feel that whatever your opinion is of the witnesses, of the case, of the guilt or innocence, corruption or not corruption, whatever your opinion is, I hope you feel welcome here, first of all. I would ask that in our conversations today, we make sure we do two things. Well, a couple things. First of all, let's be respectful of each other, because people have opinions, and they've reached those opinions through either personal life experience or their own deduction, and it's just as valid as someone else's. You might not agree, but they're allowed to have their opinions, and so please be respectful. No personal attacks, no name calling, preferably not of me or of anybody else. No witnesses. We're not going to do silly or rude names for individuals in court, whether they're judges, lawyers, defendants, family members, anything. And then rule number 3: let's not just scream into the void. Okay, you might have a strong opinion. That's great. That's great. Just shouting out, definitive. Nevers, always, this is the worst. Let's not just scream into the void. Conversations are great, just shouting things out. There are other places. Reddit is great for that. You can shout out in Reddit, but let's just be polite here and enjoy the conversation a little bit. We do, and also all of us pretty much enjoy watching court in general, the process, and that would be wonderful. So, let's see. Excuse you, screaming into the void is my favorite hobby. It is. It's occasionally I do it, and I realize with the microphone it gives me a couple, the ability to do that, and I'm okay with somebody just expressing their opinion without having somebody on the other end to necessarily receive it. But if we're just constantly just shouting out things, especially frequently, it doesn't add a lot to the chat, especially if it's extremely polarization and nearly baiting an argument. That doesn't help us anywhere here. OG Sean White, going to Vegas Sunday for my first time. Well, Sean, I can tell you this. They have a lot of food options there. Lots of food. And a fair amount of entertainment options. And there's a lot to see if you just like walking around and looking at things. But statistically, if you do any gambling, you're going to lose. I'm just throwing it out there. Now, there's a chance you walk away with a big win or a small win. But statistically, if you do any gambling, you're going to lose. So I don't mean to put a damper on things. Hopefully you're not like taking the life savings and be like, hey, this is my big come up. Casino always wins. They pay for those lights somehow, right? They don't build those buildings for nothing. But it is a fun place. I used to work in Las Vegas as part of my territory as a regional salesperson, and it is a fun place. If you just like people watching and good food, it's a great place to go. It's a great place. There's a lot of people watching to do. There's a lot of noise, 24/7. Oh my goodness. Sleep doesn't have a place in Las Vegas apparently. RA has had every job. I've had a few. That particular job covered from Las Vegas, all of like the desert of southern Utah, the western slope of Colorado. That was a lot of fun. You want a free trip at a poker? Oh, Sean. Okay, now this is different. Sean won a free trip and seat into a poker tournament. So now, Sean, I expect to see you on World Series of Poker. I expect to see you at the final table. Be doing that math on elimination and realize, once you're in the money, that's pure profit. So congratulations on that. You won a free trip and seat. That's awesome. Usually it costs a fair amount of money to enter those competitions. And so a free trip and seat is a big deal. You can actually come out a winner. All right. Hopefully you can read people really well and you get lucky. Lucky is always good. I'm talking about the gambling, of course. All right. As far as the trial goes, we're now officially 9 minutes late. We're going to do a little bit of this Mountain Dew because this thing is just killing me. My neighbor's a semi-professional poker player. I think he's in Las Vegas now, actually. I think there is a big... Is it WSOP? Which one is it right now? That's my best quality, reading people. Sean, maybe this is a match made in heaven. You got a new career here. I'm scared of casinos. Good. That's a healthy fear, Sharkey. Lucky is the plow driver. That's correct. He should be on the stand today if we fit him in. It's World Series of Poker. I think it's World Series of Poker. I enjoy watching the finals in that. There's some individuals who are just funny characters, and they bring all their characterness to the game, which is funny. Regular, Judy, just regular. Full strength, not diluted. Not sure what the delay is this morning. Half a day should be on-time start still. Jedi Jen says Vegas is my favorite place to go. There are so many great parks to go outside of town, not just a gambling city. There's a lot. First of all, gambling brings in a lot of revenue to the city. It brings in a ton of revenue. And so the infrastructure in Las Vegas is pretty good. Infrastructure being like the majority of the roads, lighting, transportation, all the services provided by the city, parks, things like that. There's a lot to do there. And if you don't mind the heat, and it's a dry heat, if you don't mind that, it's fantastic. Every type of restaurant you could ever imagine. I mean, I went to some place that served flaming ice cream. They charged me $900, and it was the company's money, so I paid without batting an eyelid. But they have every type of restaurant. Stimulation overload in a big way. Give me some nice, quiet countryside. Lizzie, you're looking more for like Montana. Montana's probably more your pace. So it's an oven, basically. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Judge is here. We're starting.
All right, so the jurors are here ready to go, but I know I told you, Mr. Yannetti, I'd hear you at sidebar on this, so why don't we come to sidebar?
Why at sidebar? Mr. Yannetti. Somebody get me his private email so I can haunt his email and say, quit with the sidebar. Just do it in open court. What do you have against microphones? I'm not going to harass him. I would never send him something during trial. The tournament is at Golden Nugget, and I'm staying at the Golden Nugget. That's awesome. I've stayed at a few places down there. Wait, let's see. My wife and I, shortly after we were married, we're on a trip. We're actually delivering a new vehicle down there. So we're actually moving the vehicle from where it was at to the destination, and then we swap back their old vehicle. So the ride down is like luxurious and comfortable. The ride back, you're like, I hope we make it home in this beater. Anyway, we were delivering a new vehicle down there, and we showed up at this hotel in Vegas, and my wife had booked the reservations, and they make both of us show our IDs, right? We're just young kids, just newly, had been married a couple months, probably 6 months maybe. And my wife had not updated her driver's license. So it had her maiden name on it. Nobody contact any party connected to any case we follow this pending litigation. It's not cool. That's what I tried to clarify there. I was being facetious. And my wife shows her ID. It's got her maiden name. They're like, the name's different. And she's like, oh, it's because we just got married. And I'm pretty sure I heard just got married in there when she said that. She remembers it as we got married and I haven't changed my name. But I remember hearing we just got married. And the person at the reception was like, oh, newlyweds. Well, let me upgrade you from our basic room to our presidential suite. And we'll do all this for free. And congratulations, we're so excited you're celebrating your honeymoon here. And we got like the full upgrade. I mean, there was like a dais in there. It was the most amazing room. It was the most amazing upgrade we've ever had. It's like, really, she's just been lazy and not gone to the Department of Motor Vehicles and gotten her driver's license updated. And it got us a huge upgrade. And it was, she remembers it differently. She does not remember lying. I remember hearing just in there somewhere. It might have been, oh, it's just because we got married, or it might have been something like that. And so the name's different. She was not expecting it. I was not expecting it. Major upgrade. Had a blast. A lot of fun. Anyway, semantics, right? Really. Let's see. Josh says, Amber, you and the Recovery Addict you were in a dream/nightmare. I sent the whole thing to Mod Chat. I'm now questioning our friendships. Oh. Josh is having nightmares about modding on the channel. We pretty much all let him down in his dream. I'm just summarizing it. Everything went bad. None of the mods could save him. It was terrible. Is it a dais? Well, this one was a dais. It's different. It's different, Red. This was a dais. It had like plateaus and levels inside the rooms. Like we stepped from the great room up to the seating room, and from over here there's a bedroom over up on this floor. It was amazing. It was really cool. Could never afford one of those. The dais isn't good for honeymoon, just saying. A dais? Dais, all right. It's a plateau. Yeah, all the levels were there. Here's the thing. When they tell you that they don't have any rooms available at the hotel, they still have these rooms available. Nobody comes and rents these. A couple people might. But most of the time, these rooms are probably available. And the fact that they were just able, like, here, take it. No one's going to be using it. That was really cool. I had my own stage. Yeah. Won't talk about any of that, but still a good story. Good story. Thanks for sharing. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Now the jokes are going too far. I have to cut away from that. All right. Where is everybody? Let's take a look at court, see who's here today. Everybody's up talking to the judge. Mr. Yannetti is being heard on an issue. Looks, for the most part, families are all here as normal. Media's been, changing out as they do. So we have an assortment of media individuals. Mr. Wolk never gets invited to sidebar. Don't ask him how he feels about that. We had a free room there once. The bathroom alone had 5 different rooms. Okay, so I think we were at the Mirage when we got that massive upgrade. I think it was the Mirage. Will today be spicy? Oh my goodness, I just saw your name. Yes. Yes, it will. It will be spicy. It's going to be spicy all through the defense case. The better the witnesses for the defense, the spicier the prosecution is going to get. And Mr. Brennan is a defense lawyer. That's his bread and butter. He's an amazing defense lawyer. He's very good at getting spicy with witnesses. And so I'm sure he will. Any idea what that torpedo thing is in front of the first media person? That is actually the other media person's arm. She's sitting with her arm down on the little ledge, down off the ledge, and so it's not a flesh-colored torpedo. Nope, it's a torpedo. I see it. It looks. I went to my son's high school graduation, which we did as a combined group with a lot of other homeschoolers. So basically you have a room full of high school graduates, and every single one of them is valedictorian. That's basically how homeschool graduations go, right? You just do the math on that one. Everyone in your graduating class, unless you have a twin sister or brother, is the valedictorian because they are the top in the class. So we had a lot of that. But went there. There's probably 20 or 30 students at this graduation ceremony. The group that put this together, that organized it and rented the space and everything, they rented a museum. I kid you not. They rented a museum to hold this in, and so that we sort of used some of the open spaces, and the graduation, like the walk was done over a suspended
we'll bring
platform.
the jurors in. We'll take a few minutes. Tony, do you want me to step out? Okay. Do you need to come in?
All right.
Tony, do you want me to step out? Wow. The bailiff gets to order the judge around? Anyway, so the graduates, they walk across like a suspended platform on the second floor that is overlooking an actual Civil War era Ironsides boat, okay, called the Noose, the CSS Noose. It's a boat in the Civil War in the United States. There was a war fought. That was a pretty bad one, and the general issue at the war was whether or not the states would allow slavery, and the North said no, and the South said yes, and the North won. This museum is in the South, and it is commemorating events as observed locally. So we have the graduates walking across this platform overlooking this massive Ironsides warship. And the photographer has to get a careful angle of the pictures so that you don't see the massive Confederate flag hanging on the wall behind everybody. Like, why? Why here? Why here? So, oh my goodness. So that, yeah. I mean, the museum is all in good taste, but it does have a lot of accurate to the period historical items there, and it's just who wants their graduation photo? It's like, yeah, I graduated, hanging on the wall, and it's like, and over my shoulder is the the good old Dukes of Hazzard logo. So that doesn't do well on the wall. I'm sorry. They have a lot of flags from the time period from both the North and the South there, and it was just fun. How many grads were non-white? I don't remember the count, but we're in the South, so population-wise, we're about 50-50. It's a good mix. Anyway, that's about as politics as we're going to get on the channel. All pickles from here on out. All right. Sidebar news: Yannetti is not happy with Kanoni, with what she is saying apparently, but of course she was dismissive. That means he did not win. Anyway, I bring that up because one of the things that are on display at the museum are shells. By shells, I mean like the bullet that's fired from gunships, from cannons, for the North and the South. All the ships that fired guns. When the shell from the cannon didn't explode, it would just land in the mud and fizzle out and be a dud. I've got a buddy, and I've got a couple buddies, and a lot of local people go out with metal detectors and find them and dig them up. People sometimes die when they do this because just because they're a dud doesn't mean they won't go off, and they can go off years and years and years and decades later. But the torpedo thing is the shape of a shell, and some of those are 112 pound, 115 pound shells that look just like that, only they're iron. So some are round, like you imagine a cannonball being, but others are shaped like that torpedo shape. All right, here we go. Jury's here. Yannetti is mad. Let's begin the day.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Selena, congratulations on 194. Or sorry, 894.
Good morning. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Thank you. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Okay. Thank you very much. So is there a new witness this morning?
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
The defense calls Brian Laughlin.
Okay.
Step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Here's our snowplow driver. Drove a truck called Frankenstein.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian Loughran, Loughran.
In what town do you live, sir?
I live in Canton.
Where did you grow up?
In Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton?
All my life.
Did you attend Canton Public Schools?
Yes, I did.
Through which grade?
I graduated from Canton High School.
What year did you graduate?
1990.
Do you have brothers and sisters?
Yes.
How many?
I have 2 brothers, 1 sister.
What are their names?
Christopher, Michelle, and Michael.
And where do you fit in the order?
I fit in between Michelle and Michael.
You're the second youngest.
Correct.
How old is your brother Michael?
Michael is 53.
What does he do for work?
He owns his own driving school, and he was a member of the select board.
And you say he owns his own driving school. In which town?
Canton.
And you mentioned that he's a member of the select board for which town?
Town of Canton.
And what is the select board in Canton?
It's the governing body for the town.
Having grown up in Canton, are you familiar with the Albert brothers?
Yes, I am.
Which ones?
All of them.
Can you name them?
Brian, Chris, Brendan, Keith, Kevin, and Tim.
Of those Albert brothers, whom do you know the best?
Chris.
How close in age are Chris and you?
Very close. I believe I'm 2 years older than Chris.
How did you become familiar with Chris?
I went to elementary school, I went to middle school, and then he graduated from a different high school.
Was there any other relationship between the two of you beyond being classmates?
Yes, eventually I ended up working for Chris, delivering pizzas.
How old were you approximately when you started delivering pizzas for Chris Albert?
About 26.
Do you remember the name of his pizza establishment?
Yes, D&E Pizza.
Where is that located?
Canton Center.
How many years did you deliver pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
About 8 years.
Prior to January 29th of 2022, were you friendly with Chris Albert?
Yes.
You previously mentioned that your brother Michael is a town selectman. What political office does Chris Albert hold?
Chris Albert is also a select board member.
And Chris Albert is Brian Albert's brother, obviously.
Yes.
So your brother and Brian Albert's brother are both town selectmen together?
Correct.
How did you become familiar with Kevin Albert?
Through D&E Pizza and
And I'm
interact.
sorry, you said through D&E Pizza?
Yes. And interactions with the DPW doing details and stuff.
Okay. First, with regard to D&E Pizza, you said there were interactions with Kevin Albert relating to that pizza shop. What type of interactions?
He would come in. I'd be, friendly. I'd say hello, or there'd be deliveries to the Albert's residents, and I would, make those deliveries.
You mentioned the DPW. I didn't ask you what you did for work, sir. What do you do?
I work for the DPW. I work in the Highway Division.
And the DPW stands for Department of Public Works?
Yes.
For which town?
Town of Canton.
And what are your duties, or strike that, around January and late January of 2022, what were your duties for the DPW?
I would plow.
And how long had you worked, or to this day, how long have you worked for the DPW?
20 years.
Now, as a DPW employee, how much contact do you have with the police department?
We have varying jobs that require police details.
So you're doing work, and there has to be a police officer there to oversee and direct traffic and things of that nature?
Correct.
How often have you worked in that capacity with Kevin Albert from the Canton Police Department?
About a dozen times.
And what was the nature of your relationship with Kevin Albert before January 29th of 2022?
Through D&E Pizza, I would. The Alberts usually had family functions on a weekend, and I would make deliveries.
Can these last few jurors hear the witness? I just want to make sure everybody can hear. Okay. Now, what was how did you become familiar with Brian Albert?
Again, through D&E Pizzas and deliveries.
Deliveries where?
To his residence.
Do you know what his residence is, or what the address is?
I do.
What is it?
34 Fairview Drive.
What was your understanding of what Brian Albert did for a living?
My understanding, he was a police officer for the city of Boston.
Now, you say that you made deliveries to 34 Fairview Road. How often, and was there a particular day of the week that you delivered more than others?
It's usually once a week, and it was usually on Sundays.
And that was to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
As of January of 2022, how many decades had the Albert family lived at that address, if you know?
As far as I couldn't give you a year, but I know as long as I've been in Canton, they've lived at that residence.
All right. Now, directing your attention to January 28th and 29th of 2022, were you on duty as a snowplow driver that night and early morning?
Yes.
When did you learn that you would be on duty?
Early January 28th, we were notified that we had a 2:30 start time.
And that would be 2:30 a.m.?
A.m.
On January 29th?
Yes.
How did you learn that you would be on duty?
Our supervisors for the DPW would notify us.
Who was your supervisor?
William Walsh.
And what instructions were you given in terms of when you were to report?
We were to report at 2:30 in the morning and prepare our trucks for plowing.
What time did you actually get to the DPW that morning?
I got there about 2:15.
And when you say you got there, where did you go?
160 Bolivar Street.
And is that Bolivar?
Yes.
What is 160 Bolivar Street?
It is the DPW garage.
And when you go there, is there a requirement that you punch in?
Yes.
Did you punch in those early morning hours?
Yes.
Who was there when you got there?
Other DPW employees and William Walsh.
William Walsh being your supervisor?
Yes.
Were you assigned a specific route those early morning hours?
Yes.
What route was that?
Route 11.
What streets does Route 11 encompass?
Route 11 encompasses Cedar Crest from Dedham Street to the end. It encompasses everything from Kings Road to Chapman Street.
And streets in between as well?
Yes.
And what street is in between Cedar Crest and Chapman?
There would be Spring Lane and Fairview.
What truck or snowplow were you assigned in those early morning hours?
I was assigned Truck 30.
And does that have a particular nickname?
Yes, it's considered a Franken truck.
You said Franken truck.
Yes.
Like Frankenstein.
Yes.
Why was it nicknamed Franken truck?
It was a very uncomfortable truck, and it had a lot of mismatch of parts to make it more convenient for the drivers.
I'd like to show you some photos, sir.
Okay.
When it comes to truthful style of answering
Mr.
questions.
Loughran, I've placed 4 photographs in front of you. If you could just familiarize yourself with them and look up at me when you're done.
Lucky has it in spades. He just states facts very clearly, very
Do
simply.
you recognize what is depicted in those photos?
Yes, I do.
And did you take those photos
I did.
at my request?
Yes.
What do those photos depict?
They depict the inside of Truck 30 or Franken truck.
And is there one that actually depicts the outside from the front as well?
Yes.
Do those photos fairly and accurately depict Franken truck as it looked on or about January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer those, Your Honor.
I have no objection to any of the photos.
All right, thank you.
Perhaps they could be marked with the next exhibit number A through D.
Yes. And once that's done, you can feel free to publish it.
Thank you very much.
Looks like we're going to get to see pictures of the Franken truck.
Exhibits 211A through 211D.
Thank you. And with the court's permission, Mr. Wolk, if you would publish them one at a time in the order we discussed. I imagine that is 211A, Madam Court Reporter.
Ms. Giannetti, why don't you take the photos so you'll know what they are?
Great idea.
Great idea.
Okay. Could you explain what 211A depicts for this jury?
That is the front of Truck 30, Franken truck, and it's depicting the 2 mirrors on the right and left side of the fenders.
Okay. What about the next one, please, Mr. Wolf? Can you identify, this is 211B, sir.
Yes, that's the inside of the Franken truck looking out the windshield.
As if you were seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
Next photo, please. This is 211C. What does this depict?
This is depicting on the range that I would see seated in the front seat, looking out the windshield, and depicting how much I'll be able to see.
Okay, and this would be more toward the left side in front of you as you're seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
All right, next photo, please. This is 211D. Could you explain this to the jury?
Again, I'm sitting in the front seat of the Franken truck, and I'm taking a picture out the right side of the windshield, again, depicting on how much I can see out it.
Thank you. Okay.
It's got
we
a
can
good
take
field
those
of
down
view.
and put the lights on. Okay, so you previously testified that you got to the garage about 2:15 a.m. on January 29th. Could you explain to the jury what do you do when you get there at 2:15 a.m.?
So at 2:15, we do a simple circle check to make sure that there are no defects with the truck. We go ahead and we make sure it has plenty of diesel, and then I put, any supplies that I may have for the night, planning on an overnight shift, and then I get in the truck and I proceed to my route.
And what type of supplies are you talking about, sir?
Any types of drinks, food, anything, snacks.
Preparing for a long night?
Yes.
The circle check, does that mean what it sounds like, where you sort of take a circle around the vehicle?
Yes, we're trying to make sure that the truck is safe, that there is no defects that would hinder the job ahead of it of being able to plow.
And when you did the circle check in those early morning hours, was there anything unusual that you found?
None.
Were you comfortable driving the snowplow that night?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you make sure it's filled with diesel fuel so you're good for the night.
Correct.
Now, what lighting is there on the truck facing outward?
I have 4 lights. I have the initial headlights, and then I have 2 plow lights that are on either side of the fenders. And then I have marking lights, and then I have work lights in the back for the sander.
Okay. If you recall the one photo that showed the truck from the outside, were the 2 plow lights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Were the headlights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Could we display that one more time, Your Honor, to have him point that out? Is there a pointer there, sir?
No, there is not.
Okay. Could you describe on 211A where those plow lights are?
Plow lights are just above the grill on the right side and left side.
Okay. And would it be fair to say the plow lights appear to be a clear lens and then an orange lens on either side?
Yes.
And the headlights, sir, where are those located?
They are to the right and left of the grill, and they're underneath.
Okay. And those are located just to the right of the grill in terms of as we're looking at 211A?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down and put the lights back on? Now, do you recall whether or not... Oh, strike that. You also mentioned marking lights. Where are those?
Marking lights are on the top of my truck, along with a beacon light on top of the truck.
And what is a beacon light?
Beacon light is exactly what it looks like. It's a light that just illuminates and it goes around in circles.
And the marking lights, what do they do?
They're similar to driving without your headlights. They're just there to mark the truck so that it's more visible for residents who may be driving and not paying attention.
And where does the lighting face those marking lights?
Front.
Okay, so in terms of the light that strictly goes toward the front, you have marking lights, plow lights, and headlights, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether, when you did your circle check, you checked out whether those lights were all working?
Correct.
And were they working?
Yes.
When all of those lights are on, how bright is it in front of your truck?
Extremely bright, almost as if I had a spotlight.
And that's facing straight out?
Correct.
What about facing diagonally out front?
Again, as far as the lights will illuminate.
And then on either side, directly out to the side, how far can you see?
About 5-6 feet.
Okay. So you see more when you're looking straight out and then diagonally out, correct?
Correct.
You can see farther?
Correct.
Now, how about in terms of you being situated in the vehicle? How high up is the driver's seat?
Driver's seat is an air ride seat, so it can adjust accordingly.
What is an air ride seat?
It is adjusted by air, and it can go up or down depending on the driver's.
And how long did it take you to do the circle check, to put your snacks in the car and water, and to make sure the car or the truck is filled with diesel fuel?
About 5 minutes.
All right, so if you get there at 2:15, is it fair to say that you're ready to go on the road somewhere around 2:20 or 2:25 a.m.?
Correct.
And when you did start to go out on the road at around that time, how was the seat adjusted?
I adjusted the seat up so that my knees would hit the bottom of the steering wheel.
How big is that steering wheel on the truck?
It's fairly large. It's larger than a regular passenger vehicle. It's very large.
As of January 29th of 2022, were there any obstructions on any part of the windshield that would prevent you from having a clear view in any direction through the windshield?
No.
Once you got into that truck in those early morning hours, how far could you see in front of your truck?
As far as my eyes would let me see.
And how far could you see diagonally?
Diagonally, probably, again, as far as my eyes would let me see.
All right. Now, you get on the road. When you plow, is there a particular method that you use?
Yes.
Describe that.
I start in the middle of the road and work to the right, angling the plow to the right.
Are you familiar with the term ring row right?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. Ring row to the right is the amount of snow that's coming off the plow, creating a row. We angle everything to the right so that it does not impede on traffic on the left.
Right. So if you had gone in the other direction, you'd be putting snow right in the opposite lane of travel, right?
Correct.
So you always go to the right.
Correct.
What part of the road, once you hit the roads, do you plow first? What part of the road?
I start at the yellow line and I work to the curb line.
Why do you plow the middle of the road first?
Again, I want to ring road to the right, and I want to be able to give a bigger swath of space for first responders.
And generally, after going up a street or a road that you plow, when do you come back down the same street?
Immediately after I'm done.
Now, you mentioned Route 11, your route that night. You mentioned that it takes you to Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Once you leave the DPW garage to go on your route, Route 11, how long does it take you to get to any part of Cedar Crest?
About 10 minutes.
May we display actually, it's Exhibit 49. Do we have access to Exhibit 49?
What is it?
It's just a map.
Okay.
And if we can't put our hands on it quickly, I can just display it on the screen.
Is it in evidence?
It is.
You can put it
Okay,
on
thank
the
you,
screen.
Ron. If you put up Exhibit 49 and maybe zoom in so we just see, well, I think it is as zoomed in as it's going to go. Is that true, Mr. Wilk, to get okay. Maybe zoom in on the top part of the map, if you would. Perfect. All right. So are you able to see that map from where you are?
Yes, I can.
And by the way, do you wear corrective lenses?
Yes, I do.
What do you wear?
I wear glasses, and when it's inclement weather, I wear contacts.
So on the night in question, when you went out on your route that night, were you wearing glasses or contacts?
Contacts.
What are you wearing today?
Contacts.
You've testified in a prior proceeding regarding this matter last year, correct?
Yes.
What did you show up with that day?
Glasses.
And what's your difference? What is the difference in your ability to see the screen with your glasses or your contacts?
My contacts makes things a little bit more brighter, allowing my eyes to see better.
You have
with
more
the
difficulty
contacts.
seeing distances with your glasses?
Correct.
All right. Any problem seeing that screen here today?
None.
All right. What does that depict?
That depicts my route. Cedar Crest, Dew Lane, Spring Lane, and I'm not able to read the one underneath Spring Lane.
Certainly it's a portion of your route, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you see where it says Cedar Crest, right?
Yes.
And you see the red dot there?
Yes.
Does that red dot refresh your memory or orient you, I should say, as to what road that red dot is on.
Yes,
And what road is that?
that would be Fairview.
All right. Now, when you hit Cedar Crest Road, are you in that area of Cedar Crest, or are you in a different area of Cedar Crest when you first come upon Cedar Crest Road?
When I first come on, I'm coming in at the beginning of Cedar Crest, which is at Dedham Street in Cedar Crest.
Okay. And how long a road is Cedar Crest before you get to the area of Exhibit 49?
I would say that's about a mile and a half.
And how long does it take you to plow Cedar Crest before you get to this area on January 29th of 2022?
About 10 minutes.
All right. How much of that mile and a half or so stretch of road did you plow when you first encountered it?
I plowed the entire street.
If we could zoom out, please. All right. And when you're driving on Cedar Crest Road, are you driving toward that red, Fairview Road that you've identified?
Yep.
Coming in from the right portion of the map or the left portion of the map?
I'm coming from the right side of the map.
All right. And so you start about a mile and a half down the road to the right, which is off this map, correct?
Correct.
And you say it takes you about 10 minutes to get to the area of Fairview?
Yes.
So would Fairview be on your right or your left when you first encounter it?
On my left.
And when you hit Fairview Road that first time, what do you do?
I go all the way to the very end of Cedar Crest, turn around in the cul-de-sac, and then head back up towards Fairview.
Okay, so you're passing Fairview on your left?
Yes.
Plowing further, and then turning around and plowing back?
Yes.
And when you came back to the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview, what did you do?
I take a right.
And how familiar were you with 34 Fairview Road on that day?
Very, very familiar.
Having delivered pizzas there for years?
Yes. And then having grown up in that neighborhood.
Were you friendly with the Alberts growing up?
Mostly with Chris, but I was cordial with the boys.
All right. And when you entered Fairview Road from Cedar Crest for the first time on your route, would 34 Fairview be on your right or your left?
On my right.
And can you give the jury your best estimate of when or what time was it when you first encountered 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022?
About 2:40, 2:45.
That would be a.m.?
A.m.
And when you were passing 34 Fairview Road or encountering it at that point, what did you know about who lived there?
I knew the Alberts lived there, and I knew that Brian Albert was a police officer, first responders.
Now, aside from the lighting on your truck, were you aware of whether there were any street lights in the area of 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Could you describe those?
Sure. There's one before you get to 34 Fairview driveway, and there's one after Fairview's driveway.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not those street lights were working on January 29th of 2022?
I do not have a memory of that.
But in any case, how much of the lighting of your Franken truck was illuminated at that time?
All my lights were working.
So you're now driving up Fairview Road, and 34 Fairview's on your right. Taking into account the lighting conditions that existed, especially on your truck, how much of the front lawn of 34 Fairview could you see?
I could see all the way to the front door.
What obstructions were there at the time when you first passed the Alberts residence?
None.
Were you familiar with the area of the flagpole on the left side of the property?
Yes.
Now, when you are plowing, sir, where is your attention focused?
My attention's focused out the front window, to the right and to the left.
Why?
I am looking for pedestrians. I'm looking for residents that may be backing out, not aware that I'm there, and God forbid, animals.
How much of the time that you're plowing are you scanning the road?
All the time.
Now, as you're passing 34 Fairview, could you see the area of the flagpole at 2:45 in the morning, sir?
Yes.
What was on the ground on the Alberts lawn at that point in the area of the flagpole?
Nothing.
Did you see a 6'1", 216-pound man lying on that lawn?
No.
Now, after plowing Fairview with the Alberts residents to your right, what do you do?
I go to the very end, take a left on the Chapman Street, back down Chapman Street, and then take a left back onto Fairview.
And are you plowing the whole time?
Yes.
So you get to, in this diagram, Exhibit 49, we don't have to turn the lights off. I think we can see it. You're traveling in a down direction, correct?
Correct.
And you would hit Chapman Street. Is that fair to say that's at the bottom?
Correct.
You do some type of three-point turn and go back down Fairview?
Yes.
How long does it take you to get from 34 Fairview the first time to get to Chapman Street?
Maybe 5-10 minutes.
And then how long does it take you to get from Chapman Street back down so that you're now passing 34 Fairview again?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
And when you're coming back down, what side of the road is 34 Fairview?
On my left.
When you pass 34 Fairview at that time, are there any obstructions preventing you from seeing the front lawn?
None.
Was there any difference in the lighting on your truck when you were coming back down?
No.
Where is your attention focused when you're passing 34 Fairview on your left?
Again, out the front, right and left.
And how much of that front lawn are you able to see on 34 Fairview when you're coming back down from Chapman?
I can see everything. I can see right up to the front door.
What did you see on the front lawn of 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022 when you're making the second pass by 34 Fairview in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. Now, you've made an up and down pass, sir, correct?
Yes.
Once you pass 34 Fairview for that first up and down pass, where do you go?
I then go do Spring Lane, and I do that top and bottom.
And is there a point in time when you come back to the area of Fairview Road?
Yes.
That second time now that you're coming back, I'm counting the up and down pass as the first time. Okay. You with me?
Yep.
That second time now that you're coming back, about how long is it after the first time?
About 45 minutes.
So now it's about what time that you're coming for the second time to this area?
3:30.
And when you come back to the area of Fairview Road, this second time, are you on the Cedar Crest side, which is on the top of Exhibit 49, or the Chapman side, which is on the bottom?
We've got a audio hiccup. Let's see what's going on here. Somebody kicked a cable.
Take that left, or did you do something else?
I did not take the left. At that point, I could have taken the left. I can make a decision depending on how much snow there was on the ground. I ended up going all the way to the end as if the first time.
All right. And you did your same turnaround in the cul-de-sac?
Correct.
And now you're approaching the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview again, correct?
Yes.
What do?
I take the right onto Fairview.
So this is
How was the weather
pass.
at 3:30 in the morning when you're now in that area of Fairview and Cedar Crest?
It's snowing fairly hard now.
Do you recall how much snow? Recall how much snow was on the ground at that point?
Maybe 2-3 inches.
And at about 3:30 in the morning, how far could you see in front of you, again, straight and diagonally in front of you?
As far as my eyes would let me see.
As a result of the lighting on your truck?
Correct.
Now, you take the right onto Fairview. Describe for the jury what you see in the road at that point.
As I make my right onto Fairview, I notice that there's a vehicle on the right-hand side, roughly in the area of the flagpole, in front of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And did you make note of what type of vehicle that was?
Yes.
What type of vehicle was that?
A Ford Edge.
What direction was that vehicle parked when you saw it?
It was parked nose going up Fairview.
Toward Chapman?
Yes.
So you're coming up from behind it?
Correct.
Do you see the rear of that vehicle?
Yes.
And was it parked adjacent to the Albert property, or was it across the street from the Albert property?
Adjacent to the Albert family.
And how close to the area of the flagpole was that Ford Edge parked at 3:30 in the morning?
I can't give you an exact measurement, but looking at the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the front door in the area of the flagpole, so in between the front door and the flagpole.
Now, what caused you to remember that there was a Ford Edge parked at 3:30 outside the Albert's residence that night?
For as long as I can remember, they have never parked a vehicle in front of their house. They've always had enough ample parking in the driveway.
What policies or protocols of the DPW are in force when vehicles are parked on the street or the road during a snow emergency?
There is no parking allowed. We are supposed to notify our supervisor when there is a vehicle in the way. At that point, the supervisor will make attempt to call the resident or have the police show up at the resident. And then if they can't get the car removed, the car gets towed.
Sir, did you follow protocol that night?
I did not.
Why not?
Knowing the Albert family, knowing that there was a first responder, I gave them respect and opted not to follow procedures.
How did the presence of that Ford Edge parked on the side of the road affect your direction of travel?
I had to go around the vehicle.
How did you maneuver around it?
I had to maneuver to the left, go up, and then maneuver back right into my lane, and then continue up Fairview.
And at any point when you were maneuvering to the left and then angling back to the right, could you see part of the front lawn of the Alberts?
Yes.
Were you able to see any part of the area around the flagpole?
Yes, as I maneuvered back right.
And when you maneuvered back right and saw that area, what, if anything, did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. So now you've passed 34 Fairview again. Where do you go?
I go back to the top of Chapman, and again I do a left and a right and head back down Fairview.
Another three-point turn.
Correct.
So now you're doing your second up and down, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you then enter Fairview again, coming back down from Chapman. And how long does it take you to get back down to the area of 34 Fairview?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
Now, you are now approaching 34 Fairview, and it's on your right or your left this time?
Again, it's on my left.
What, if anything, did you see in the road at that point?
Again, I saw the Ford Edge in the road.
Now it's on your left side?
Yes.
Did it appear to be in the identical position as when you came up the street toward Chapman?
Yes.
How much of the area of the flagpole were you able to see this time as you're coming back down from Chapman?
I was able. It was obstructed, so I wasn't able to see as much as the first time, but I was still able to see the flagpole.
What did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole at now 3:35, 3:40 in the morning?
I saw nothing.
All right, so now you've done your second up and down pass, correct?
Correct.
Where do you go?
I go back out on the Cedar Crest, and I continue to do the rest of my route.
Now, at this point in time, did you do more of your route or spend more time away than you did between the first and second time?
I did more of my route staying away from Fairview.
And about how long did it take you before you came back to the area of Fairview Road?
About 3 hours.
So what is your best estimate of this third time that you're now approaching Fairview Road?
About 6:15.
And that'd be a.m.?
A.m.
On January 29th?
Yes.
Now, this time when you approached Fairview Road, did you come from the Cedar Crest side or the Chapman side?
I came from Chapman Street side.
And when you turned, did you turn left or right from Chapman Street to get down to Fairview?
I turned right.
And once you turned right, did something unusual happen?
Yes, I noticed there were blue lights behind me, forcing me to pull over to the side of the road.
Did you recognize the vehicles that had, or vehicle? I didn't ask you if there was more than one, but did you recognize what type of vehicle or vehicles there were?
Yes, they were police vehicles.
Which vehicle was traveling more quickly, the police vehicle or Franken truck?
The police vehicles.
What were you doing with your snowplow after the police passed you?
I continued down Fairview.
Coming down Fairview, did you actually lose sight of the police cruiser that had passed you?
I did.
How many side streets are there when you're coming down Fairview from Chapman Street?
3.
What are they?
Wyndham, Old Ridge Hill, and then Carriage Lane.
Now, you're now coming down Fairview Road. What did you notice ultimately in front of you in the road?
I noticed the police cars had the road blocked off and preventing me from going to Cedar Crest.
And with regard to the lighting on those police...
We're counting all the sighs and the sirens. We're up to 233 now.
With regard to the lighting on those police vehicles as the road was blocked off, could you describe that for the jury?
Sure, they had all their blue lights on, and they were parked blocking the road, the entire road. I couldn't get through.
How well lit was it in the area where the police were?
Very well lit.
So you're now confronted with a blocked road. What do?
I turn around at Carriage Lane, and I continue to do that road, and then I exit Carriage Lane and go to the left.
All right, and going to the left would send you back toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
And once you leave the area of Fairview Road, how long does it take you to come back down to Fairview Road to finish the plowing that you didn't do the first time?
As soon as the police were able to leave the area, I was able to finish that area.
Do you recall what time you finished your shift on January 29th?
I honestly don't know. I don't know. Okay. I don't remember. I'm sorry.
No worries. Do you remember if it was daylight out at that time?
It was daylight.
Okay. Now, sir, in the aftermath of that storm, when was the first time you were approached by anybody connected within this investigation on either side, if you recall?
About 2 weeks.
Who was it that approached you at that time?
First name is Paul, and he described himself as a private investigator for the defense team.
Prior to hearing from the defense private investigator, had you ever heard from anybody from any police department whatsoever?
No.
Do you know who Michael Proctor is?
I do.
Objection. I'll allow that.
And did Michael Proctor ever call you or contact you at all in those 2 weeks?
No.
Where did the defense investigator approach you, if you recall?
He approached me at my place of work, which was at the Canton Ice Rink, Metropolis Ice Rink.
And what were you doing at the ice rink?
I was operating the Zamboni.
Now, without telling us what you told him, did you speak to the defense investigator?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you do something with the defense investigator?
Yes, I met him for a second time at the Kennedy School, and then we both drove my route.
Skipping ahead to the next year, sir, 2023, were you approached by law enforcement officers who were not Canton Police or Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Without telling us what you told them, did you speak to them?
Yes.
Before speaking to them in 2023, had you ever heard from former Trooper Michael Proctor or anybody from this investigation from the State Police or Canton Police?
No.
At some point, did you hear from the State Police?
Yes.
That was after you'd already talked to the defense and to these other law enforcement officers who were not State Police or Canton Police?
Yes.
And, sir, how clear is your memory about what you saw or didn't see in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022 in the area of 34 Fairview? The first up and down pass, the second up and down pass, and then the third time you came?
Very strong.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much.
Let's see who questions him. Looks like it's Mr. Brennan.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
See how he handles this one. Very talented.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have you and I met before?
No, sir.
This is our first time speaking?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you say that your memory from that night is very strong. Would it be fair to say that before today, you've talked about this case many times?
Yes.
You've interviewed with different law enforcement people as well as civilians and attorneys, haven't you?
Correct.
I have not been one of them.
No, you have not.
And is it fair to say that when you've recounted that night as far as times and what you saw, many times your memory has changed? Is that fair to say?
It has not.
You spoke to a private investigator on behalf of the defense shortly after that night?
Yes.
Was that the first time that you spoke to somebody about what you had seen or not seen?
Yes.
That is the first time?
Yes.
Inevitably, over time, you have given statements to at least 4 different people, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified in court under oath?
Correct.
During the pendency from that night until today, it's fair to say there are many times where you have been intimidated, isn't it?
No.
You've been threatened.
Nope.
You were aware, sir, that you were being threatened by an online blogger to expose you?
I was not.
You're saying as you sit here today, you have no awareness in the history of this case that you were being threatened by an online blogger?
I was not threatened by an online blogger.
Was the online blogger threatening or saying that he would expose you and tell personal things about you if you weren't helpful?
He was not threatening.
Let's remove the word threatening. Was the person communicating and making clear to you that if you didn't testify in a certain way, there would be some consequence to you?
Objection. Can we have a time frame, please?
Any time from when you first spoke to the private investigator until today, were there communications made to you by an online blogger that there would be consequence for you if you didn't testify in a way that was acceptable to them?
No,
You listened, of course, didn't you, to podcasts that were about you?
I did not.
People told you about them.
Yes, they did.
When friends told you about them, you knew who that person was that was making those claims, correct?
Correct.
You were well aware of the person had a very strong and large social media presence.
I didn't know how large or what his presence were, but yes, I knew he had a blog.
Well, you know now because you follow that blogger now, don't you?
I do follow him, yes.
Do you pay for a subscription?
I do not.
Did you get one for free?
I did not.
And in following that blogger, you know full well the power that person has to get attention from the community to harass, correct?
Yes.
And so, during the pendency of this case, not only were you aware that you were being pressured to testify a certain way, you also knew there'd be consequences if you didn't. Isn't that true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
The premise of that question is not accurate.
So he can answer that.
You knew there was
objection.
pressure for you to testify a certain way in this case, didn't you?
I did not know I was being required to testify a certain way. I was also at the time dealing with the loss of my wife. I was not paying any attention to any social media.
Sorry for your loss, but you are aware during the pendency of this case that there has been pressure on you to testify in a certain way. Isn't that fair to say?
No,
Sir, you received a call from that blogger, didn't you?
I did.
And during that call, did you know the person was recording you?
I did not.
You later learned that the person recorded you.
I did not.
Do you know that your conversations were spread throughout the community online?
I was.
Sir, some of those communications or inquiries were claims that you would be exposed for personal matters if you didn't testify a certain way, weren't they?
No.
Inevitably, you've met this person, haven't you?
I've seen him. I haven't met him.
Have you ever spent time with him?
No, I have not.
You're still a follower of that blog.
I am.
When you follow the blog, do you read anything or do you watch it?
No, I don't do much anything towards the blogger.
As you follow it, you can see there are oftentimes articles about you.
No.
Haven't you ever been encouraged to do the right thing?
No.
Haven't you ever been celebrated after you've testified in a way favorable for one
Yes.
side or the other?
Yes.
And so when you were being celebrated, that certainly took off any pressure that there would be consequence, didn't it?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
When you were celebrated for testifying a certain way, did you find that to be encouraging?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I did find it to be encouraging. But I did not want it. I don't think I deserved it. All I was doing was my job and telling the truth.
Did you enjoy the attention that you got?
I did not.
Did you pose in photographs with people who support one side or the other?
I did.
And when you were in those photographs, are you saying that you didn't enjoy the attention that you were receiving?
I did not. Again, I was trying to be polite and trying to avoid any confrontation that may come from something if I said no.
Well, did anybody from the district attorney's office ever suggest they would confront you or punish you if you didn't testify a certain way?
No.
How many friends contacted you about what was being said before you testified, the pressure? How many people told you about that?
I couldn't tell you. All my friends were telling me.
So you were hearing a lot of noise or information from your friend group and community about what was being said about you?
Yes.
And this was before you testified at the first trial, sir?
This was before.
Sir, you work hard, don't you?
I do.
You work many different jobs.
I do.
You try to be a good citizen.
I do.
You are not looking for attention.
I am not.
It was brought to you.
It was brought to me.
You wish you never had that attention, don't you?
Yes.
Because you just want to live your life the way you want to live it rather than have people you don't know attacking, criticizing, or intimidating you.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that, please?
I said, would it be fair to say that you simply want to live your life the way you've been living it without outside people attacking or pressuring or threatening you?
Yes.
On June 15, 2023, you were contacted by the defense private investigator, weren't you?
Would be hearsay.
And you may not know the dates. Were you contacted twice by the private investigator?
I would need to know what time frame we're looking at.
Fair enough. By the way, the blogger that I speak of, do you know if he is friendly or supports one side over the other?
I know he is friendly towards one side, yes.
Okay. The side sitting in the back of the room?
I would say the defense team.
You've interacted with a private investigator hired by the defense?
Yes.
Have you also interacted with any of the attorneys?
Yes.
Which attorneys have you interacted with?
Mr. Yannetti.
Have you contacted or have you spoken to any other attorneys other than Mr. Yannetti?
Just Mr. Yannetti.
How many times have you spoken to Mr. Yannetti?
Again, what are we talking? First trial, this trial?
The entire time, from that night until today. Can you remember how many times that you've spoken?
About 5 times.
How many times have you gone in to be interviewed by him?
4 times?
During those interviews, were they spaced out over the course of this case?
Yes.
What was the purpose of those interviews?
To go over my testimony.
When you went over testimony, were you ever shown prior testimony?
Yes.
Were you shown prior reports?
No.
Were you shown a prior investigator's report?
Yes.
Were you shown a prior report by a law enforcement agency that is not the state police and not Canton?
Not by Mr. Yannetti. I saw that first document for the first time during the first trial.
When you were discussing your
It's
testimony,
not supposed to say trial.
was there a discussion
Trial's a
about
bad
the
word.
fact that the times that you gave the private investigator were different than the report from that law enforcement agency?
Could you repeat that question, please?
When you were preparing the trial in those meetings, was it brought up, did you discuss that there was a difference in your memory, or at least in the reports, between what you told the defense private investigator and what you told that other law enforcement agency?
No.
Were you aware that there was a difference between the different statements attributing your memory as to time?
The first trial, yes.
When you were with the defense preparing for trial, did you go over your testimony?
Yes.
Did you go over questions and answers?
Yes.
Were you ever subjected to a make-pretend cross-examination about issues that were important in this case?
No.
Were you ever pointed to any particular issues that were important to talk about in this case?
No.
When you did the questions and answers, were they written down or just a conversation?
Can you repeat that one, please? I'm sorry.
When you went through the questions and answers in preparing, practicing for your testimony, were they written down?
So ask it to.
Can't say practice.
When you were preparing for your testimony, were the questions and answers written down, or was it just speaking?
Just speaking.
Those 4 times that you met, is that a guess, or was it 4 times?
It was about 4 times, yes.
Could it have been more?
No.
And during those 4 times, was there anything different other than going through questions and answers about testimony and preparation? Was there any other subjects we talked about?
There were none.
Did you ever receive any compensation, sir?
I received none.
Do you know whether people were sending you compensation that you didn't receive?
No.
You don't know?
I never received anything.
Were you given anything to bring home with you so that you could remember past testimony or some of the questions and answers that were going to be asked?
No.
How long were your meetings in preparation for your testimony?
About 45 minutes to an hour.
Were they all about the same time or were they different?
Correct.
When you came into court last year, it's fair to say this is after you became aware of essentially being targeted, correct?
You can answer that if you can. Can you answer that, Mr. Lockwood?
I can. I don't ever felt like I was being targeted.
This was after you received all the information from your friends and people in the community that you were being attacked.
I'll allow that.
Again, I don't feel like I was being targeted.
Are you concerned after this case what happens with the blogger that you follow?
No.
You talked about your meeting with the private investigator. The first time you met him, do you remember that meeting?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met him?
I met him at my place of employment.
Did you go anywhere with him that day?
No, I did not.
You had a conversation with him and you spoke about what you had remembered from that night?
Yes.
Do you remember when you spoke to that private investigator, you weren't sure how many times you went up and down Fairview that night? That you had said 2 or 3?
No, I told him I went up at 2:30 at 2. I told him at 3:30 I went up 2. Went up and down. And I told him about 3 hours later I went up and down. I went down and wasn't able to go around the police cruisers and had to turn around at Carriage Lane.
Okay. You mentioned that you believe you told the private investigator that you went up and down at 2:30. Do you remember when you spoke to the private investigator you actually said 3 o'clock?
I don't remember the 3 o'clock.
Any statement made out of court would be a hearsay statement. It would need to follow
May
to
I
an
approach?
objection.
Yes.
We're now probably going to look at the report from the private investigator whose notes say 3
And
o'clock.
before I do you remember you said that when you went on your second pass, it was around 3:15?
I told him I went up Fairview between about 2:40 to 2:45. And I said about 45 minutes later, I went for the second time.
Okay. Now you had said 2:30, and you just now said 2:40 to 2:45, and then you said 45 minutes later.
Yep.
Okay. Do you remember telling the private investigator that when you think, or you said you saw a Ford Edge, you were actually still on Cedar Brook, not on Fairview, passing by it, but you saw it from the street at Cedar Brook? Do you remember telling him that?
I don't remember.
Cedar Crest.
Cedar Crest. I don't remember ever saying that.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes. I'll show you a copy. This is a report that you didn't write, so I don't want you to read it. I want to show it to you and see if it helps remind you of what you told the private investigator that day. You can look at any part of this, but what I'm asking you...
I don't want you to read it.
Whether or not you remember telling the private investigator that when you saw the car, you weren't passing on Fairview, you were up on Cedar Crest. That's the question I'm asking. So I'd ask you to look at whatever part you want, but I'm going to point out the part to you. When you're done, don't answer, just look up, and then I'll get to ask you some questions about your memory, okay?
Okay.
So I've directed to this part, but you can look at any part that you want, sir.
Mr. Brennan using a softer approach here, not necessarily kid gloves, but aware that he has a witness that the jury may feel sympathetic to for one reason or another, and that the witness is not deserving of a harsh attack. There's nothing the witness has done that would deserve, the screws, being put to him by Mr. Brennan. But Mr. Brennan still has to attack the testimony that's been given. So it's a very delicate line Mr. Brennan has to walk here. So it would be very easy to turn off the jury towards the prosecution with this particular witness. Did put the reading glasses on.
Are you done, sir?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, do you now remember when you were speaking to the defense investigator about seeing a car? You said that about 3:30 to 4 a.m. when you were plowing Cedar Crest Road, you looked toward Fairview Road and saw a small SUV parked in front of the house. Remember telling the PI that?
I never remember telling him that.
That is one way to say that does not refresh my recollection.
When you spoke to law enforcement, not the Canton police or the state police, you understood it was important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
And you understood, at least with that law enforcement agency, if you misled them in any way, it could be up to a 10-year penalty?
Yes.
When you spoke to them, did you take that interview very seriously?
Yes.
Try to be as precise and accurate as you could?
Yes.
And when you spoke to them, obviously, like anybody, you had in mind that there could be serious consequences if they felt misled.
Yes.
You try to be honest with them?
Yes.
Provide them your best memory in good faith?
Yes.
And this was shortly before, well, actually, this was May 24th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
When you met, there was more than one person there from this agency?
I believe so.
Was there potentially two?
There was two.
And when you met with them, they asked you about when you began working that night.
Yes.
You told them 11:30 to midnight.
I never told them that.
And so as you sit here today, your memory is you did not tell those law enforcement agents that you began work at 11:30 to 12?
We had a 2:30 start time.
I understand, but I'm asking you,
I never told them. It was always 2:30 start time.
when you spoke to them, do you remember telling them the first time you were out near the area was midnight?
Nope. No.
When you spoke to those law enforcement personnel, were they taking notes?
I believe so.
Have you ever seen their report?
The first trial I did, yes.
Who showed you that report?
It was shown to me by Prosecutor Lally.
You think Prosecutor Lally showed you that report?
It was shown to me.
And do you remember telling those two law enforcement personnel that you believe that there were emergency vehicles, ambulances, or police cars in front of Fairview at 3 to 3:30 a.m.?
I do not.
Are you saying that you did not say these things to them, or are you saying that that's not your memory?
That's not what I said.
And so you're saying that's wrong. You're denying
Correct.
you made those statements.
Correct.
At the time they say that you told them there was emergency vehicles there at 3 a.m., that is the same time that you told the PI that you saw the Ford Edge, around 3:30 to 4, correct?
About 3:30 is when I saw the Ford Edge.
It was dark out that night, wasn't it?
Correct.
There are no street lights down near that flagpole area of 34 Fairview, is there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Was it on that night?
I can't tell you honestly if it was.
You testified at trial? I'm sorry, at a proceeding last year?
He said the T word.
I testified that there were, it was asked to me that there were not any streetlights. And I answered it in the affirmative way, and living in that neighborhood, I saw that there were actual streetlights.
You testified at a proceeding last year, didn't you?
Yes.
I mean, you testified at the proceeding. Did you meet anybody from the defense close in time to that proceeding?
I don't know, when we met, how close to the proceedings it was.
Do you remember being prepared before you went into trial last time?
Yes.
By
Yannetti, excuse me.
Yanali, that's a fun name.
Do you remember
Yannetti
telling
and mix.
the defense private investigator that you made your final pass at 6:30 a.m.?
I remember I told him it was about 3 hours going down Cedar Crest and was not able to go to the end of Fairview due to the first responders.
At trial last year, do you remember saying it was 5:30?
I did.
And today you had said about 6:15.
Yes.
Okay. You weren't timing anything on a watch for times, were you?
I was not.
You were not accounting in any way for time whatsoever when you were out that night, were you?
No, I was not.
When you're providing times, are you trying to use your best memory?
Yes.
Do you recognize that you have a differing memory on times of what you did that night?
No.
You talked about your view from the tow truck and that you have a bunch of lights on it. On the tow truck, you had mentioned that your vision to the side was 5 to 6 feet.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Yes, of course. You said when you were driving your tow truck, you could see forward and sideways.
Okay. I don't want to be... I don't drive a tow truck.
My apologies.
I drive a Zamboni
My
and
apologies.
a plow.
Snow plow.
Thank you.
You said you can see forward and sideways.
I can see forward, I can see diagonal, and I can see right to left.
When you look right to left, you said you could see about 5 feet?
Correct.
Do the lighting conditions affect how well you can see?
No.
Does the weather?
Yes.
When you're plowing, are you ever looking at the street in front of you?
Yes.
Are you looking at people's front yards?
Yes.
And so, what did you see as far as the front door of the Albert House that night? Was it open or closed?
It was closed.
With lights on?
I can't answer that for sure. I don't remember if there were lights on.
How about the neighbors on the left? Were you looking at their front line?
Yes.
Did you see if their lights were on?
Again, I didn't recognize if their lights were on.
Do you look at every neighbor's front lawn up to the door as you're driving in the snow plowing?
I look to the right and to the left, and my eyes will graze to the yard. Yes, I will look there.
You were saying you have a specific memory of looking at the Albert front yard all the way to the door. Do you have a specific memory of looking at the other neighbors' yards to their door?
Can you repeat that, please? I'm sorry.
Yes, you said that you looked at the Albert house all the way to the door.
Correct.
Do you have a memory of looking at any other houses all the way to the door?
Yes.
Okay. Which house had a dumpster in front of it?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to a dumpster. Dumpster wouldn't be in the front yard.
Are you sure on your route there was no dumpsters in anybody's front yard?
I can tell you there was a dumpster this week.
No. I'm more interested in January 29, 2020.
I can't answer to that. I don't remember.
A dumpster, a 15 by 20 foot dumpster, that would be bigger than a man's body, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
And so you have no really specific memory of the other homes in the neighborhood that night?
I mean, I looked, I saw. I didn't see a dumpster that would have definitely stuck out.
Okay. You said you had vision as far as your eyes could see.
Correct.
What does that mean?
Means if they were, my eyes were, as long as they're open, I can see as far as they will let me see.
Is that dependent on lighting conditions, darkness, snow?
Correct.
That night, did you have any difficulty paying attention or driving?
I did not.
Did you have a small accident that night?
I did.
Okay, what did you hit?
I hit a portable basketball net.
Was that part because of the weather conditions? You didn't have a good opportunity to see it?
No. I definitely saw it and just did not judge enough.
You said that you went up and down the road a couple of times. When you were asked to describe the car that you said you saw, when you first spoke to the defendant's private investigator, you didn't give any detail about the type of car, did you?
I told her it was a Ford Edge.
Okay. When you first spoke to the investigator, you used the words Ford Edge?
I did.
Did they bring you to a parking lot at some point?
They did.
And when they brought you to a parking lot, did they have you go out in the parking lot and look at a Ford Edge?
They did.
And when they had you go out and look at the Ford Edge, did they have you identify that as the type of car?
Yes, they did.
And when you did that, how many cars were in the parking lot?
We had a hockey game, so there were several, at least 100, 150.
Who pointed you to the Ford Edge?
I pointed to it.
Did the investigator take you to the Ford Edge?
No, he did not.
It was just an open parking lot, and he asked you to look around to see if there happened to be a similar car?
No, I told him a Ford Edge. He wanted to make sure I knew what a Ford Edge looked like. I pointed to the Ford Edge, and he was satisfied.
So after you said a Ford Edge, he brought you to a parking lot to point out a car?
We were at my place of business. We just walked out the door.
Where was that?
At the Metropolis ice rink.
The rink?
Ice rink, yes.
Did you then meet the investigator later on at a school?
Yes, I did.
And who did you meet at the school?
I met Paul again.
And what was the purpose of that?
He wanted to go through my route.
You wanted to go through your route?
Correct.
And then, did you choose to meet at the school?
I did.
You did?
I did.
And why did you choose the school?
It was an easier landmark for the gentleman to get to, and it was minutes from my route.
Did you know that former Trooper Proctor's sister worked there?
I had no idea.
You said last year that when you went by Fairview, did you say that you would buy your final pass at 5:30 a.m.?
No.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
It's possible police
Sir, when you have contact,
dash
you also
cam.
wear reading glasses?
Yes. I can't read things up close.
Understood. This is trial testimony, testimony from June 21st, 2024.
He said trial twice now.
You were asked do you recall what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview? You said, I don't honestly recall what specific time. Yes?
Yes.
And then you were asked, sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back? And what did you say?
Say about 5:30.
And so even last year, you were having some difficulty remembering the times, right?
Objection.
6:15.
Were you having difficulty last year remembering the times that you were on Fairview?
No.
When you said you were on Fairview last year at 5:30, you didn't see anything on the Albert front lawn at 5:30 a.m.?
I wasn't on Fairview at 5:30 a.m.
Okay. Were you asked last year about your travels on Fairview?
Yes.
Okay. When you asked about, do you recall, was time you wound up on Fairview, and you said you didn't remember. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And is that true testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you had some difficulties in your memory of when you were on Fairview when you testified last year. Isn't that fair to say?
No, it's not fair.
And then you were asked approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30 the second time, what time did you come back?
And I said, if I were to guess, I said 45 minutes later.
Did you say, I would say, if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview?
That time was incorrect. It was 6:15. I couldn't go down any further due to the police presence.
So your testimony last year, you understandably made a mistake about the time, correct?
I did.
And it's true, isn't it, that you really have somewhat foggy memory about the times.
It is not.
That time of 5:30 is very different than the time you told the agents when you met them. I'm sorry, the law enforcement officials that weren't from Canton or the state police. That was very different than when you told them 3 to 3:30.
Brennan.
Very different.
Brennan, just say FBI.
And it's different than the 3:30 to 4 timeline that you gave the defense private investigator the first time you spoke to them. Correct?
Correct.
And it's different than what you told the jury today, that it was 6:15.
It's different, but it's not.
When you plowed that night, did you have any reason to look for somebody who was lying on the side of a yard?
No.
Did you have any expectation somebody would be lying helpless on the side of a yard that night?
No.
If you had seen somebody, certainly you would have helped.
Correct.
When you said that, when the private investigator asked you where you were when you said you saw the Ford Edge, are you saying that you didn't tell the private investigator that you were on Cedar?
I don't remember telling him I was on Cedar Crest. I do remember telling him that I had turned onto Fairview and saw the vehicle.
Cedar Crest in a storm at night is quite a distance from the flagpole at Fairview, isn't it?
No.
About 300 feet?
Roughly.
Difficult to see under those conditions?
No.
Could we have Exhibit 71, Stream 0, at about 6:17 a.m., please?
Okay, 12, let's see, 6:17, the time, the morning's when the snow hit really hard. That's when it got really hard. Remember the testimony from the weather guy, the prosecution's weather guy? Overnight, it started slowly. So showing the dash cam from the blizzard in the morning to tell him that's what it looked like at that time.
Could you stop it there? Do you see that street light?
I do.
Okay. At the end of that road, past the street light, is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Is that a fair depiction of the elements that night around that time?
Yes.
And in this case, there's further illumination with the car that's facing us?
Correct.
That wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
You said after you saw law enforcement, did you come down Fairview after you saw law enforcement?
I was on Fairview already when I saw the law enforcement.
Did you drive by Cedar Crest again to go back and forth and watch what was going on, or did you go on your route?
I went on my route, which included Cedar Crest.
Did you keep driving by because you wanted to watch, or did you just leave and do your regular route?
I went and did my regular route.
Could I have 61927, please? And could you play it? If you could back up a little before 61927.
That's forward.
Is that weather consistent with what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Is that you there?
I don't know if that's me. Yes, that's me. That is me.
Could we go to 63245, please?
And we're hung. We're back.
Is that you again?
That one, I can't tell if that was me again.
Could we go to 63514, please? Was that you?
I don't see it. I don't see the truck. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Could we go back to 63512?
The last one looked like a little pickup truck.
That looks like to be a pickup truck. That does not look like my truck.
63745, please. And that's you again, right?
Again, I can't tell you for sure if that was me.
Those were not your red and orange lights consistent with the earlier ones that went by?
What I saw the first time was the reflecting tape off the body of my truck.
Could we go to
I have
7?
a plow guy that is a contractor that we work tandem together.
And was he out there that night as well, going by Fairview?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever tell the private investigator about him?
Yes, I did.
7 o'clock, 22 seconds, please.
So there was another plow out there. They work tandem. That's interesting. I don't think Mr. Brennan knew that. Please donate to the Canton Police Windshield Wiper Fund. It's in desperate need of help. Funds are low. Wipers are old.
Is that you, sir?
I can't say for sure.
7:15, 45 seconds, please.
Wait for it. 3, 2, 1, 0. Comes the truck.
Do you recognize that plow?
I do not.
7:19 and 55 seconds, please.
I want to know more about this, his coworker that they tandem plowed this route with. sure Mr. Yannetti is going to ask about that, but if this is his truck going back, it would have been him going the other direction as well.
Was that you, sir?
That was me.
So that were the last two.
How long
him.
does your route take?
It's hard to say. I mean, as long as it's snowing, it can take as long as it takes.
Where do you want?
Well, if you're going to do a pass, how long does an entire pass take?
If I were to do from Cedar Crest to the end, it would take probably 10 minutes. If I were to do the entire route, I'm not cleaning up. I'm just giving it a pass so people can get through. Could take about 3 hours. Could take 4 hours.
When you mentioned Brian Albert on your direct examination, had you talked to the defense about Brian Albert in your preparation for testimony?
No.
You knew some of the Albert family?
I know the entire Albert family.
And you know Brian Albert as a police officer?
Yes, I do.
Why is it that 3 times in your direct testimony you characterized him as a first responder?
Because he's a police officer. They're first responders.
Did anybody ever suggest to you to use the terms or the phrases first responder when you were describing Brian Albert?
No one did. Those are my words.
Since your trial testimony last year, have you received any more focusing or targeting of harassment?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Brown.
Since last year when you testified, have you received any recent aggression towards you for testifying?
No.
Have you had any further focus or problems?
No.
Objection. I move this up further objection.
I'll strike that.
I have no further questions.
Very briefly, sir. You were asked by Mr. Brennan about whether you saw a dumpster that night. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
In the aftermath of January 29th of 2022, was a dumpster all over the news for the next 3.5 years?
Not that I'm aware of.
You were asked about going through your route with the defense investigator and giving a statement to the defense investigator.
Yes.
How soon after January 29th of 2022 was that?
2 weeks.
Were the events fresh in your mind at that time?
Yes.
Finally, actually not finally, I've got 2 more points, but they're both brief. You had mentioned that night you actually misjudged and hit a net.
Yes.
Can you describe the basketball apparatus that, and I'm going to ask you what part of it you hit, but describe what that looks like.
It's got a base with wheels on it. It's portable, so you can move it in and out. And it's got the basketball frame, and it's got the backboard and then rim.
Okay. So this is not a pole that was cemented into the ground.
Correct.
But perhaps we're all familiar with it, the black base that maybe you put sandbags on.
Correct.
That type of thing to keep it in place, but it does have wheels?
Correct.
All right. And you mentioned the net. The net is the rope netting that comes down, correct?
Correct.
There's also a hoop that keeps the net in place?
Yes.
And the pole?
Correct.
And the base?
Correct.
Of all those things, what part did your Franken truck actually catch?
It caught the net in the little bit part of the frame, of the frame where the net was.
Something that you saw from the beginning, you just misjudged the distance.
Correct.
Now, finally, with regard to the 5:30 testimony that you gave last year.
Yes.
Did you also testify that the last pass that you tried to make when the police were blocking the scene was about 3 hours after that 3:30 second up and down?
Yes.
So why is it last year that you testified that it was 3 hours later, but you came up with the time of 5:30 as the final time.
As he's asking me these questions, I'm trying to do the math in my head. I'm sorry, math is not my strong suit.
What time was it when you made that final pass, sir?
6:15, 6:30.
I have nothing further.
Wow. This witness.
You mentioned you're trying to do the math in your head. There is no reason why you would specifically remember certain times on each pass other than trying to remember and give an accounting, right?
Could you rephrase that, please?
Sure. You don't have your watch out on a certain schedule that you have to pass a certain street at a certain time.
Correct.
You weren't marking your times to some event when you were driving up and down the street that night, were you?
No.
So you're trying to go back with your memory and piece it together the best you can.
Correct.
And that's why you're giving estimates, yes?
Correct.
And when you spoke to those law enforcement officials, not Canton, not state police, and you said at 3 o'clock you saw first responder vehicles, that was based on your memory, wasn't it?
Objection.
It was based on your memory.
Not at 3:30.
Right. Do you know that there was a car similar to a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. that morning?
I wasn't able to get in front of Fairview Drive, 34 Fairview, at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Have you ever met Kerry Roberts before?
I have not.
Counsel just asked you if there was a lot of media about this case, and you said that there was. Did he just ask you a question about whether there was a lot of attention on this case?
Objection.
That's outside of scope.
Did he just talk to you about everything that happened after this case, all the attention on this case?
Objection.
Remember his question about all the attention after this case?
He asked specifically a question about the dumpsters.
And he said that wasn't subject to a lot of attention, was it?
Correct.
Right. But this case was.
The case itself, yes.
The people involved in this case were subject to a lot of attention.
Correct.
And you spoke to the defense investigator after this case as far as attention is concerned. You remember speaking to the investigator on June 5th, 2023?
Yes.
And do you know, coincidentally, that is the day that the blogger put out the articles on you, accusing you of not doing the right thing?
Objection.
May I approach?
Yes.
He's got the
Showing you
blog.
a document. Let's take a look at that document. What day is that document dated?
June 5th, 2023.
Without reading it, that document talks about you.
Correct.
And your friends and people in the community talked to you about this article, didn't they?
Not specifically this article, but they were sending me stuff that were being printed about me, yes.
Why don't you take a little look at what's said and you can tell us whether that's the same type of information that was being conveyed to you through intermediaries.
I don't think he's ever seen this before. Look at the shaking.
Can you ask that question again, please?
Okay, sir. Was this some of the kind of attention that you were receiving on June 5th after you spoke to the defense investigator?
Yes.
Like come sidebar?
Okay.
Mr. Brennan wants to get this article in. He has to go sidebar because this article is hearsay. And there is Mr. Turtleboy who wrote the article right there in the red shirt in back. He is the blogger that has been spoken of here. And he knows the camera's right on him. Got a prank call right now? Seriously? Oh, hello? Hello?
Oh, hi.
my name's Victoria, and I'm calling from the accounts department over with your Choice Getaways. How are you doing today?
Oh, good, good. Victoria, hello? She's like, something suspicious. Nobody ever likes my calls. Yeah. She just read the notes on my number. Do not call. Waste your time. I almost got a free vacation there. I get all these trip offers. I know I could be in Vegas to watch the World Series of Poker Championship. That's what I want to do. All right. I believe this article by Turtle Boy might not be entirely positive about Lucky. That's why Mr. Brennan's trying to bring it in, because he's talking about the pressure, the heat, the public opinion that was building on Lucky to say what he saw that night, and so we're trying to get around the hearsay article. At least Mr. Brennan is, to see if that can come in. If it does come in, it's going to be spicy. This is turning up a notch. I would say that if this does come in, this would be a win for Mr. Brennan, because it could cast in the minds of the jurors a reason for this witness to testify a specific way, meaning there would be pressure on that witness. There's a sidebar.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your door.
Jurors out. Voir dire happening. Voir dire happening. That's what we're going to do. The judge is going to wait and see. I don't think that Mr. Lucky's answer to the previous question justifies this particular article. The question was, is this blog or is this article the type of things that were being printed about you or said about you? I think the specific article, he would say he does not know or does not recollect or has never seen, which might be enough to keep it out. But I think we get a voir dire here. TB, Turtle Boy, that's the name that Ayden Kearney, I think his name, chose for himself on his article. He is a self-styled journalist, runs his own outlet, and has his own unique style, and has had a very strong interest in this case, probably before national media even picked it up. Because of his strong interest and his, I will say, unique style of coverage, he has both garnered a lot of attention and a lot of opposition. He just moves in, sets his laptop on top of somebody else's, and says, "I'm here now," front and center. Some of that attention has been from the legal side as well, where he's been charged with witness intimidation or harassment or something similar to that. Some of those charges, I think, dropped. Some are still pending. I haven't followed it very closely. He is in that red polo shirt. So he has a very unique style, very aggressive. Not everyone's style. He has... He has a unique ability and a very little filter. But I don't think anyone would agree that this case would have got the visibility it has without his involvement. Yeah, he's often either you love him or you love to hate him type. He is registered media, recognized by the court as media, and that typically is not a high bar. There is no national accreditation for media. The credentials media has are printed by the company that decides to hire them. If you have your own company, you print your own credentials. It's that easy. Oftentimes the court may have some requirements requiring a certain amount of viewership or regular readership or exposure to your articles or length of time proven that you've been covering a specific story or stories of this nature. Sometimes it requires a specific, like you have a media outlet like a website. We've had to use, we've built my media company, Topmark Media, which I formed to do this YouTube channel, has its own website because it's a court requirement in some states to get access, say like in the Sarah Boone trial, which we do, and we print our own credentials for employees and people that work for the company. It's just that easy. There's me, media. This is your credential. There's nothing else out there that you need. I also happen to have a degree in communications, electronic media. I've had extensive training and worked in the media world, working for news organizations, mostly television, and so I've done all the fun courses talking about writing articles, news gathering, building and presenting news stories in visual format. So that's just my particular background, but that is not necessary. It's not necessary. Simply an interest in media and an interest in covering a story is enough. It doesn't even require you to be completely unbiased and fair and impartial. Now, ethically, that is encouraged, and obviously, if you're going for credibility as just a news source, impartiality is a strong recommendation. All right. You need media access for Coburger. Yes, Nicole. We'll talk. The news gathering itself is actually protected as a constitutional right in the United States, and if you have an interest in it, I would encourage you to do it. Start with a blog, start with a story, start with a website, start with a YouTube channel, and just go to your town council, go to your city council, and take notes. A lot of people don't go, but a lot of people are affected by what happens there. Write notes and post it online in your local Facebook group. Say, hey, I attended the town meeting last night. Here's what happened, and be as factual as you can. Include all the details you want, or that you can, and you'd be surprised how the journalism bug could bite you. CW, I need an update. I need to check with Corey Richards where that's at. Obviously, that's one of the cases we're looking at this summer, if it moves forward, and where. Turtle Boy making the rounds with some of the media outlets who are well aware of his presence and who he is. Go to your state congressional hearings too. Oh, those are fun. Those are fun. Committee meetings. I've sat in a few committee meetings and even talked to them as well. Do we think Lori will be forced to appear today? Lori Vallow, in her final trial, the final pending trial, I think it's attempted murder is what she's charged with. No actual death in this one. The victim survived the alleged assault, is apparently sick, and the judge dragged her to court when she wasn't feeling well. She was not happy about it. She might be dragged to court again. Dallas-born, Boston-bred, member for 28 months. Do you agree with Turtle Boy being allowed in the courtroom after his legal issues with the case? I think the judge made the right decision in preventing him from being here anytime there's a witness that has pending litigation or charges involving them against him. I think he should not be there for that. If nothing else, as a precaution. But aside from that, I think he has every right to be there as long as he follows the rules laid out for all the journalists as far as decorum in the court case. Trying to hear the sidebar. Everyone is straining to see what's going on at sidebar, but it's a lengthy one. his ears are burning because he can hear himself, or at least his name being mentioned. Probably watching body language very closely. Amy, I am not actively following the corn rake murder. If there's an update, it will probably come from you guys before it comes from me. I'm pretty much done with that case. You might want to check Discord, possibly, for an update there. Let's see, on Twitter, Jess Machado said that the jury's been set out for 20 minutes and Brennan has printed something and given it to the defense. It's probably the blog. It's probably Turtle Boy's blog, and it's probably one of the first blogs in which Lucky was mentioned. Curious. It looks like from the type of typing that Turtle Boy is doing, he possibly could be talking about this on Twitter right now. So let me just do a quick check. And see what he's saying. 29 seconds ago, they're currently reading a printout of my article at Sidebar. I cannot believe, then he calls names. We don't call names here, so we'll skip that. He can't believe that Mr. Brennan actually went there to bring Turtle Boy into the story, but he's aware that he is the subject of this. I would say this is dangerous ground. If the prosecution is allowed to do this, which the prosecution has been allowed to do a lot of things in this case, it could really tarnish an otherwise very, very unspotted witness. Lucky is just, he comes across as a genuine, honest, and humble guy with, a memory that, without, I mean, if anything, you would think he would have with being employed by the pizza company and working in Canton, having a brother on the select board with, Alberts and everything else. You would think that he would be inclined to testify the other way. And the surprise here is he's not. And he's testifying against the prosecution on this one. So that just gives it, I would say, a little extra significance. I wouldn't say weight, but extra significance in this one. If this comes in, I do not think anything will be good for the defense about what comes in. Yogi, no, Turtle Boy is allowed it. Oh, thank you for the tail light, bud. I left it in the front room. Okay, Turtle Boy is allowed. That rule has been made already. Turtle Boy was named as a witness in this case. Did make an appearance in a hearing, pre-trial, and through attorneys. Presented to the court that if asked to testify in this case, he would invoke his Fifth Amendment right, which is a right to not testify yourself, right not to incriminate yourself, meaning being forced to say something that would that could be used against you to find you guilty of a charge. Okay, you can do the math on that one and say that thus we can infer that you were guilty of something. He might be. But he has the right not to do that, and so he can't be charged with it, or it can't be held against him that he invoked his Fifth Amendment right. He still has his day in court. Let's see. Phil has a TYO Toys. Can I show this, Phil? I'm not sure if you're in chat here right now. Can I show your picture? Let's see here. I'm going to show you, if you don't follow TYO Toys on Twitter, and if you are on Twitter, he's one of the first people you should follow. Follows a lot of cases and a lot of different people. Not just me, but all of LawTube and LawTube adjacency. Let's see. Make sure I can load this. What's his hashtag? It is at TYO Toys on Twitter. But give me just a minute. I'm going to show you his this picture he just posted. find a good spot to put this. How about over that picture? There we go. And it's going to be on number 1. So here's the picture that he just posted. It looks like this is Kington. I'm not sure who did this. This is clearly you can see the hashtag free Karen Reed on the plow, but a little artist rendition of that. And the Matchbox toy, I think that was that might be from Phil, but I'm not sure. I don't think that's Phil's artwork, but he just posted that. I thought I'd share that with you. Elkington Art at Elkington_art was where that little artwork came from, which is a cool little pic of Frankentruck. I admire anyone who's able to take something from their head and put it on paper and make it look good. I can't draw. My son can draw. My son can play the guitar and he can sing with perfect pitch and draw and everything else. He did not get any of those from me. But all right. Long sidebar. 20 minutes. All the argument at sidebar. I read jurors were looking at Turtle Boy. They shouldn't know who he is. I'm trying to remember if he was pointed out during this case to the jurors. Was it during this trial that he was pointed out to the jurors, or was that in another? Brennan asked if it was him. I think he was pointed out. He was. Okay, so the jurors do know who he is. I've got to admire Mr. Brennan for his ability to cross-examine this witness. Now he's tried to twist words with Lucky quite a bit, and Lucky has not been caught by those words yet. He's been very methodical and precise in his wording. I would say Mr. Brennan has sort of failed at this point to really impeach Lucky in any meaningful way. But this could be different here. This could be different. I don't think it's bullying. This is cross-examination. This is a thorough examination of the witness. I think he's had a. I don't think Lucky himself would feel like he's been bullied by Mr. Brennan in this. Oh, she was talking about Turtle Boy. I have not followed it, so I don't follow Turtle Boy. I have to search him up on YouTube to see what he said, or search him up on Twitter. But I personally think that that some of the style of coverage that he does, although I mean I give him credit for the attention it's brought to this case. That some of the style harms our ability to gain access to trials as media. So I'm not a fan of that. I don't think calling people names raises the level of the dialogue. But he has a unique style and does what he does, and you can't argue with the fact that he's accomplished, I think, a lot of the goals and what he wanted. When was Turtle Boy mentioned this trial? I'm trying to think what witness that was with. It was during prosecution's case. Is this a morning break? This particular break is, well, it's a morning break for the jurors, possibly. But it's a working break for the lawyers, or at least it was. When it started, the jurors were sent out for 20 minutes, and a sidebar continued. Brendan asked, and Lucky said back her own defense. That was which side Turtle Boy sided with in his opinions. I don't think he's called out Turtle Boy's location or identity with Lucky particularly. Turtle Boy mentioned in the last trial by Jen McCabe. The Palm, I have not heard about that. I don't get a lot of criminal news or criminal case news out of Australia, unfortunately. The sidebar has nothing to do with Turtle Boy being in the room. It has everything to do with an article Turtle Boy wrote, or a blog post that he wrote, that addresses Lucky, and it was published just before Lucky came forward and shared some information, or just before Lucky spoke and shared some information. Turtle Boy was instrumental, I believe, in locating Lucky. He was not originally interviewed by the police or by the investigators in this case. And his first communications was with investigator on the defense side. Let's see, JMS, is JMS? Is that how you say that? Brennan said there wasn't a light pole. Then there wasn't a light pole. Then video showed there was. Then he mentioned a dumpster. Can he just make things up in questioning? I don't think he can. I think the way he asked the question about the light pole, it's tricky, but it's permissible. I think if we were to follow all the dash cam video of all the officers who arrived on scene, we haven't seen it all. First of all, we haven't even seen all of the video of the ones that we have seen parts of. If we were to follow all of them, I think they would show that one house on that street had a large roll-off dumpster in the front yard or driveway at some point. I think there would have to be a good faith basis for him to ask that question. You can't just make up, and did you see the large snowman that was built? You know, it's shaped like a dragon. There wasn't one, but you can't just make stuff up. It should not come in. Well, that's what the judge has to decide here. I believe you're right. I believe it should not come in, only because the foundation that Brennan laid with this particular article is this the sort of thing people were writing about you at the time? Yes. I think for the specific article to come in, you would need more of a confirmation from Lucky that he was aware of what the allegations were in this article. He was aware of, Turtle Boy saying XYZ about me in this article, or he's read it or something like that. And as he was reading it, you saw his head. He was shaking his head. Either he disagrees with what was being said, or he's looking at it and saying, I've never seen this before. One of the two. Let's see. The plow should have a GPS. Newer trucks do. I don't know if the Franken truck did. It looks like an older truck. Sue O'Connell's reporting the article is entered. Is it entered as an exhibit, or is it just entered into marked for identification? Lori Daybell will now be taken. What was that? I missed that. Hang on. There's just an update from Lori about Lori Daybell. And it's gone. I don't know where it went. Looks like Lori Daybell is going to court today. Maybe I read it wrong, but the alert just popped up and it disappeared, and I can't see where it went. Oh, yep. Justin Lum says Lori Daybell will now be taken to court after the judge's new order. That was 47 seconds ago. Forgot today was a half a day. It is. I'm wondering if we get anyone other than Lucky today. Shaquille O'Neal says, Brennan claiming you couldn't see 34 Fairview from Cedar Crest, then showed a video of the plow going down Cedar Crest from 34 Fairview. Yeah. About that. Judge is doing bedside checkups on Lori's health. That's awesome. That's service right there. Shabusiness blowing kisses in court almost upset my lunch yesterday. She's a wild one, man. And her new lawyer asking for her to be unrestrained in court. I don't think he's going to get that. Once you attack one lawyer in court, you're done. It's not a 3 strikes and you're out rule. You lunge at one lawyer, you're pretty much going to be confined to your chair for the duration of the proceedings. Mr. Brennan messed up twice today on words. He said trial. The witnesses said trial a couple times. Mr. Brennan is not supposed to say trial. They can say previous proceedings, previous hearing, but for some reason the word trial has been on the naughty list, and he said it a couple times. And then also the way he rattles off the approved definition of the FBI agents, law enforcement, not local, not Canton or state police. That's semantics, yes. It's so routine and it's so absurd how they have to do it. The jury has to know. The jury has to know it's the FBI. He said agents too. Yep, he said agents instead of law enforcement. He wants the FBI report in. I don't think that's coming in. If the FBI report comes in, it has to come in because they were investigating to see if something shady, conspiracy-wise, was happening. That's the purpose of their investigation. They weren't just like, hey, we're going to take over this random murder investigation and see if Karen Reed did it. That's not their role. If that comes in, it opens the door to a lot of third-party culprit stuff. At the same time, it would come in that their investigation has concluded and they're not proceeding with any charges. But yeah, I don't think they want it in. I've heard this, Cinnamon Bear, but literally we got a letter saying that there is no active investigation at this point. Like there's a document, a signed letter. I think I have it somewhere. It was published. It came directly from the official, I believe, account for the FBI. It came from a verified account and a letter about this. Would you trust that to be true? Yes, I would. Half a day will turn into a 25% of a day Well, we're very close to, I mean, we're an hour away from lunch, basically. About the earliest we've taken lunch in this case, anyway. Kelly, I'm sorry somebody was mean to you in chat. I realize it's not here, but I don't think being mean to people in chat helps the conversation at all. Sloth Life, can you send me a picture? Yes, I got your email, but the email has links to metal detectors, and if I click on the links, it changes my Amazon from US to UK, and it took me like a week and a half to switch it back from Canada last time I did this. If you can just send me a picture of the model, the brand name, that would be better. Saying no sound. Test 1 2. That's on your end. I'm showing sound is in fact going out. It's a little low. Yep, I'm just being quiet. Slothleaf, I apologize. I should have responded to that. It'll be interesting to see Brennan's demeanor when he crosses him. Teammate, if Mr. Brennan has something that that sticks, right? If it's a gotcha type thing, I would expect Mr. Brennan to be more forceful and emphasize that. He's got to highlight this in the mind of the jury, right? But I think what he's got here is probably Turtle Boy saying some not nice things about I'm purely speculating here, okay? So don't accuse me of saying what this article is, but I imagine that the article has some sort of reference to the snowplow driver saying, he would have seen, he would have known, he should do what's right, he should tell what he saw. If he doesn't, this is just more conspiracy, something along those lines, right? I think that's a rational assumption of what the article may contain. If it does, Lucky's already testified that he didn't feel threatened by that. So all Mr. Brennan can do is point to whatever is in the article saying, if there's something like, if the plow driver doesn't come out and tell the truth, we need to be, picketing, whatever it is. All he can do is point to that and say, that didn't feel threatening to you, or is that threatening? That's what he's got. I don't know the article if somebody's seen it. Can we post a link to the article? Not here, unfortunately. We don't do links like that. I don't endorse Turtle Boy's style of coverage. I realize he's done some great work for this case as far as visibility goes. We wouldn't all be here if it weren't for him. But I don't believe that particularly name-calling and caustic behavior adds to the conversation. So I'm not going to post links to his stuff, if that's all right. He's very easy to find. We've given you his name. You can find that there. Mods are the only ones that can post links. Mr. Fixes, did I film the reenactment they wanted you to do? No. I still have my Lexus taillight, and it is mostly in whole condition. I tried to just wiggle a little knife in the corner and test to see if the glue was easy to peel off. And as soon as I just put a tiny bit of pressure on here, I just saw a whole bunch of microfractures appear. And I don't want to shatter this. So what I'm going to do is probably today. I've got a half day, so maybe I can do this. I can use a vibrating saw that uses a little short blade and just cut the housing off the light and hopefully take it apart in layers so we can have the housing. The housing has the LED lights and everything in it, and then we'd have the diffuser layer, and then we'd have the lens layer on top, and then we can play with it that way, still with the power working, so I can hopefully be able to turn on the lights. Does it take 12 volts? If I put 12 volts of power to this, I'm not going to blow it up, right? Somebody tell me. Can I just connect this straight to my jackery, just straight out of the cigarette lighter and power this, or is that going to Is that going to fry the whole thing? All right. Adam wants Jimmy Dean sausage for breakfast. Jimmy Dean. James Dean. Delay has gone on for quite a few minutes here. Let me... Let's see the source. Oops. My spinny wheel is not connected. Let's reconnect that. Looking back to when they went on break. Okay, it looks like they went on break. I have to do some math here. About 1:52, and it is now 2:28. So we've been well over the 20 minutes that was originally allotted, possibly because the sidebar plus 20 is what was granted. Let's see. Sloth Life sent pics. Thank you very much, Sloth Life. I'm happy to give advice on metal detectors. Oh, looks like we might be coming back here. Quick audio burst. Maybe. Yes, Lucky lost his wife around that time. That's pretty sad. I think Mr. Brennan knew that, and he had to be very careful. It would have been better for Mr. Brennan had he mentioned it first, but I don't think there was a really easy way to do that. All he can do is be gentle in his questioning, and let Mr. Lucky, Mr. Loughran, bring it up. And Loughran, sorry, is it an F? GH makes an F sound, and then express his condolences. Okay. Metal detectors. Here we go. All right. Sloth Life, I can tell you right now, I would hands down recommend the Mind Lab detector over the Dr. Otek. Dr. Otek is one of the brands that I believe just there are a million no-name brands, and most of them, at least the ones I've tested, I've had some companies just send me metal detectors, and they're very similar to this. Most of them perform very poorly, specifically in discrimination. And discrimination is normally a bad word. In metal detecting, it's crucial. It's the ability for the detector to tell the difference between different types of metals. Also, a lot of these detectors fail miserably on depth. And generally, most cheap detectors can do well up to about 5 or 6 inches deep, and then for every inch over that, you're usually adding, $100 to $200 in price. Some detectors can go much deeper at a lower price point, but Mind Lab, I've used their equipment. They're really good. Their software is good. Their equipment's good, and as long as the features on that one match what you want. I don't think that one's waterproof. It is a waterproof coil, but you can't get, you wouldn't want to be out there in the rain, and you definitely wouldn't want to be doing this under, in the ocean. But love Mind Lab. All right. Chat wants to know what kind of snacks. I have no snacks today. I'm on a diet. My diet lasts until I get more snacks. Mind Lab is really good. I use the Equinox 800. I would love to upgrade to the Equinox 900. Also, I think the Deus 2 is an incredible detector. Different manufacturer, but they're high-end detectors. Work really good. Knox 600 is good, really good. Doesn't have the gold mode that the 800 has, but As far as multi-frequency, it's a wonderful machine. Per X, Hanky is trying to get video clips into evidence. Ooh, that might be harder. That might be harder to bring those in. I've been pursuing my diet for 18 years. What about Nocta? I got Legend, but I haven't gotten to use it yet. Legend is a nice one. Okay, that's high up on the line. As far as Nocta Macro goes, I only have the Simplex or the Simplex Plus. What I like about Nocta is the price point is really lower than you'd expect for a lot of higher end features. Rechargeable built-in battery, light, vibrating buzzer so you can go soundless. Waterproof, things like that. They're great. What I don't like about them is, at least on the Simplex, it's, you have to reconfigure it every time you turn it on. It doesn't save memories very well. But a good all-around detector, and it's pretty easy to use initially. Danny Austin, congratulations, 26 months. I just heard a sigh from the judge. I'm going to count that one as we bring on the counter on screen. We now sigh and sirens. We're up to 234.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Turned it off.
Sorry, I have just a few more questions.
Oh, gee.
When I had mentioned about meeting the defense investigator on June 5th, 2023, I misspoke. It was June 5th, 2024. Does that sound more like it?
Yes.
June 5th, 2024, was that before, shortly before you testified before?
Yes.
You were asked on redirect examination whether any dumpsters got any attention about this case. The question I was asking is, did you notice things that might have been open and obvious? And you have no memory of an actual dumpster in the area, correct?
Correct.
If I could have on the screen Exhibit 37, still photo from that clip. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
I've got the XP ORX. The Deus 2 is a brilliant machine. The only thing I don't like about it is the cabling you have to attach to it to use it underwater, because it's wireless.
It's a video that I'll stop at a certain point.
Okay.
Exhibit 71.
It's going to be a very apparent dumpster on this video. Looks like dash cam through once again.
And
Please
sir, do you
donate.
notice the big red dumpster to the right side across from Fairview?
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down.
Didn't see that one.
Sir,
I was
when
busy
we
looking at
started
34
the break,
Fairview.
I'd asked you some questions. I showed you a document, asked you if you were aware what was inside that document, and you mentioned that was around June 5th, 2023. That was before your last testimony in this case?
Yes.
And you knew that a person or persons were putting out private pictures of you online?
I did notice.
And those private pictures, you didn't give anybody permission or want that attention, did you?
I did not.
In fact, it wasn't just some private pictures, it was pictures taken from a number of different times in your life, correct?
Yes.
You never gave anybody permission to do that?
I did not.
You didn't want people talking about you or asking you questions? That was none of their business, did you?
I did not.
And it was embarrassing that you were being made this public spectacle when you had done nothing wrong, correct?
Ask it differently.
Was it embarrassing what they were doing to you?
I wouldn't say embarrassing, as more as aggravating.
In fact, they were calling your boss. Objection. Yes?
I'm going to allow that.
Yes.
And you mentioned how hard you work.
Yes.
You plow, you even deliver peaches for 8 years.
Yes.
Zamboni, anytime you can work, you try hard, don't you?
I do.
And when someone's calling your boss, giving undue attention to you, didn't it create some concern that could affect your livelihood?
I did not think it was going to affect me in that manner.
In addition to dragging you into this, because of you, your brother was dragged into this, wasn't he?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
When you were getting this information about what was happening, you learned that they were also dragging your brother into this because of you, correct?
Objection.
I'll sustain that.
Did you learn that information was coming out about your brother?
I knew my brother was dealing with other issues regarding this case.
And certainly, you're close with your brother.
Yes.
You care for your brother.
Yes.
You did not want to upset anybody and have more attention brought onto your brother, did you?
I did not.
And there was an attempt to link your brother to one of the Alberts, in fact, correct?
Yes.
As well as you.
I don't know if I was being linked.
Did you know the information of trying to so-called out you about the fact that you work for Chris Albert?
I'm going to sustain that the words first.
Were you aware when your friends and family were telling you about what was going on, about an attempt to draw a relationship between you and the Alberts?
No.
And were you aware when people were telling you what was happening, that there was attacks on you personally, like finances and things like that?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And certainly that is pretty discouraging when that is happening when you've done nothing wrong, isn't it?
It was, again, aggravating.
And this was all happening before you came in and testified last time at trial.
Correct.
After you testified, things got better.
I wouldn't say better. It's gotten a little more easily manageable.
You were no longer being harassed, you were being embraced.
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph, do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that part of the embracing process after you testified a certain way at the last trial?
It was after I testified, yes.
With redactions, I'm going to introduce a select portion of this.
So I need to see what that is. Come to sidebar and make this very brief, please.
The judge is not sure this is coming in. I think the judge feels a need to protect this witness in some way because he's been extremely truthful. This is going to drag the witness through the mud a little bit that might not be warranted. Mavia, wait. How do we get here from did you see the dead guy in the yard? This feels way out of scope of direct. I think it's coming in, though.
So that's next in evidence, Madam Clerk. Madam Court Reporter, please.
212.
And I just showed you a photograph. Was that a fair and accurate depiction of you after your last testimony?
Yes.
Reflecting you now being embraced rather than attacked?
Yes.
Could we show the photo, please, Ms. Gilman, with the court's permission?
Yes.
And that's you, Mr. Laughlin?
Yes.
can take that down, please. Thank you for your time.
Just very briefly, sir, if I might, Your Honor.
Sure.
Mr. Laughlin, I should say. The questioning about the attention that you received in 2023 when you received secondhand the information from the blogger, was that before or long after you were interviewed and gave a statement to the defense investigator in February of 2022?
It was long after.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lockman, you are all set, sir.
He made the statement. He testified.
Is there another witness, Mr. Lockman?
The defense calls Karina Kolakifis.
All right, do you need to see me before as she's coming in, or will that be in a while?
I can't remember.
Why don't you come on up really quickly?
I can't remember. Do you need to see me about this one? The judge says, this name sounds familiar from previous sidebars. Why don't you come on up? We'll talk this over. All right. I have to say, of all the trials, there occasionally in each trial, there's a witness that just feels right. Martha Jane was one of those. Martha Jane was a witness who just felt that she was doing what was right, 100% stood behind what she was doing, completely out of place in court, had no desire to be there, and just Lucky gave that same impression to me, that he was just, if he had his way, he would not have been there at all. But just honest, sort of like the salt of the earth type person, I think the jury, walking away from that, has to give that some credibility. That has to weigh strongly on their mind. Mr. Brennan's attacks against him, I think were proper. Okay, I'll say this. I don't think he was bullying. I think he tried to pry at every angle to see if he could break through and crack the testimony a little bit. I don't think it worked very well. But pretty good. Nanar, I rarely come in for Karen Reed, but I wanted to give a thumbs up. Thanks, Nan. Thank you very much. 12 months. Congratulations on the year mark.
Follow me. Then you guys step up. Face the clerk and raise your right hand, please.
I have not heard the rumors about what she's going to say.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell both your first name and your last name?
Sure. My name's Karina Kolakifis. It's
Just like it sounds.
Karina. Last name Kolakifis. Kolokithas.
That's almost as bad as Yannetti.
It's
almost
long.
as bad as Yannetti.
In what town do you live, ma'am?
I live in Canton.
How long have you lived there?
We've lived there for 22 years.
Where did you grow up?
So I initially grew up in Randolph, and then we moved to Braintree, and I finished my last 3 years of high school and stayed there till I was married.
And where did you go to school after high school?
So after high school, I went to Northeastern University. I did the pharmacy program there.
And what is your profession?
I'm a pharmacist.
How long have you worked as a pharmacist?
So total years is about 30 years as a pharmacist, but I have been at my current job for about 24 years.
Are you married?
I am married.
To whom?
His name is Nicholas Kolakifis.
How long have you been married for?
24 years.
Do you have children?
I have 2 children.
And without giving us their names, can you tell us if you have boys or girls and what their ages are?
So I have 2 girls. One is 19 and one is 17.
Have you raised your children in Canton?
Yes, I have.
Do your children play sports, or have they played sports in Canton?
I have both girls played sports in Canton. One actively is playing sports there, and one is in college, so she's not playing sports.
Understood. What sports have your girls played?
So they primarily played basketball, and my youngest plays lacrosse as well.
From raising your children in Canton and attending their sporting events, I'm assuming, have you met other parents with children on your daughter's teams?
Yes, I have.
Specifically, did you come to know Jennifer and Matthew McCabe?
Yes, I have.
And is that the way that you came to know them?
Correct. Typically, like, that's how we came to become friends with people, through the sports.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how long had you known Jennifer McCabe specifically?
I would say about 10 years or so.
And during that time, what was the nature of your relationship with Jennifer McCabe?
So we were just friends through the kids. Multiple kids did different sports. They played on different sports teams, so we were friends through that.
And how often, or if at all, did you socialize with her and or her husband?
So typically, sometimes if the kids had play dates, it was mostly my youngest daughter, to be honest. So my youngest daughter and one of her daughters were good friends and played on similar sporting teams. So they would have play dates and stuff like that. So sometimes we'd see them after a game, or they had a play date or something like that.
And I'm sorry, it's a little loud with the fan. If the last part of your answer, if I didn't hear it, I'm thinking the jurors might not have heard that. You said it was mostly after games?
After, like, sporting, like after play dates or, sports and stuff like that.
I see. And would there be times where, after a game you'd go out for pizza, that type of thing?
Yeah, like you'd go out for pizza, or the girls would be like, hey, Mom, can we have a play date? Can a couple of the girls, come over the house and,
okay,
do stuff like that?
Prior to January 28th of 2022, did you know John O'Keefe?
So I knew John O'Keefe same way. His niece and my younger daughter were good friends, are good friends. So same thing, we knew him through the sports as well. My husband coached his niece in a couple teams, and they also played soccer together, so that's how we knew John.
And do you remember how long you would have known him for before January 28th of 2022?
I would say about 9 years or so.
And what was the nature of that relationship?
Friendly. Didn't go out with him, but we were friends. Like, we saw him all the time. He would, take my younger daughter with him. We just saw him all the time. So weekly, I would say.
Sure. What about Karen Reed? Did you know Karen Reed prior to January 28th of 2022? So, same thing, met Karen through John, and I believe the first time I met her was at Jennifer McCabe's house sometime in 2020. 2020? Correct. So this would have been during the pandemic? Correct. And do you see Karen in the courtroom today? I do. Would you please point her out and describe what she's wearing? She is wearing a blue suit at the table with her lawyers.
Thank you, Red.
Okay. May the record reflect that the witnesses identified Ms. Reed?
Okay.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how often would you have seen or interacted with Karen Reed in any capacity, if you know?
So Karen sometimes would come to watch games of John's niece. So I would see her there, and we would just casually talk.
And what was the nature of your relationship with her prior to January 28th of 2022?
We were friendly.
All right. Now, directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you recall that being a Friday?
Correct.
What did you do that day?
So that day I worked.
As a pharmacist?
Correct.
Do you recall what your hours were?
Approximately, I would say 8 to 4:30 that day.
What plans did you have after work?
So after work, my plans were to go to the Canton High basketball game to watch my daughter play.
And what plans came up for before the game that night?
So before the game, before I left work, there was a text that went around saying that some of the parents were going to meet at the Canton Junction before the game, and if anybody wanted to stop by and grab a bite to eat.
And what is the Canton Junction?
So it used to be like a little pub/restaurant in Canton.
Which did you go to the Canton Junction?
So I went home first because I went home first. I had a bag I had to switch out of because we have to have plastic clear bags at work. So anyway, so I went home, and then after that, I stopped at the Canton Junction.
Okay. And did you go alone or with someone?
So I went by myself.
And when you got there, did you see people that you knew?
Correct. So I walked in, and there was a bunch of parents there from the varsity teams, the varsity team.
And, excuse me, was either John O'Keefe or Karen Reed there?
They were not there.
What about Jennifer McCabe and or Matthew McCabe, her husband?
I believe Matthew McCabe was there. I don't believe Jennifer went to the Canton Junction.
Now, how long were you at the Canton Junction for?
I would say less than an hour.
Do you recall about what time it was that you would have been leaving there?
I'm not really sure. The game started at 6:30, so before 6:30.
All right. And when you left the Canton Junction, where did you go?
I went to Canton High School to watch the game.
And in the gymnasium, with whom did you sit to watch your daughter's basketball game?
I'm not sure who I sat with, but it would have been those parents from the varsity team, whoever was there and wherever there was a spot.
Was it generally a custom that the parents of all the kids on the team would kind of congregate together in the stands?
Correct.
Do you recall what time the basketball game ended?
I believe the game ended around 8:30.
Where did you go after the basketball game?
So after the game ended, I went down and waited on the court for my daughter to come out of the locker room, greeted her, the players, and then I said to everybody, I'm going home.
Okay. And you did go home?
Correct. I went home after the game.
And having now made it home, what were your plans that night?
So my plans were to stay home. I was tired. I worked all day, watched the game. I was pretty much done with the day. So my plans were to stay home.
At some point, did those plans wind up changing?
So then I started getting text messages from my husband saying, you should come out. We're going to go to the waterfall. And I said, no, I'm not coming.
And what is the waterfall?
So that's a restaurant that has a bar, and it's on in Canton on Washington Street.
Okay, so you've given your husband the stiff arm, so
Correct.
to speak, right? You're
Correct.
not going.
Not going.
So what happens?
So then he keeps on texting me. He's like, I'm at the waterfall. You should really come. It's fun. There's a band. And I was like, oh, really? Like, I don't want to go. And then my kids got involved with the conversation.
And how did that affect your decision?
So they started saying to me, Mom, you never go out. You never do anything. You know, Dad's by himself. Just go, keep him company while he eats. So I reluctantly went.
All right, so you were guilted into it.
Guilted 100% into it.
All right, so where did you go?
So then I went to the waterfall.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got to the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
I believe I got there approximately 9:30 or so.
And when you first arrived there, who was there, if anyone, that you recognized?
So my husband was there, and then I recognized Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And what happened after you got there?
So after I got there, I walked in, and I said to my husband, I'm like, where is everybody from the basketball team? And he said, I don't know. They all sort of split up. He said, don't worry. Just hang out here. I already ordered a sandwich, so just hang out with me while I eat, and then we'll go. And
were you introduced to anyone?
Yeah, so then Jennifer McCabe started introducing me to all her family. So I got to meet a lot of them. It was fun. It was a good time.
And do you recall specifically who you met?
So I think I believe I met. Well, she sort of just introduced me to whoever was at the table. So I'm not sure 100%. Just like the niece, her sister, her brother-in-law, like people like that.
All right. The Albert family?
Correct.
And when you're being introduced to a bunch of people at once, it can be tough to keep everybody's names straight at the time.
Right, it's kind of overwhelming. There was a lot of Jen's family.
Now, what were you drinking that night?
So that night I drank water.
And the whole time you were at the waterfall, did you drink anything else except for water?
I only drank water that night.
Now, was there a point when you were going to leave the waterfall before they closed up for the night?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. You wound up leaving at a certain time, correct?
I never left.
Well, you left because you're in court today. You're not still at the waterfall.
Okay, correct.
So what I'm trying to get at is, at some point you left the waterfall, but was there a point before that where you were planning to go?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about that.
So my husband had eaten, and I said, you know what, I think I'm going to get going. And I was about to get going, and then John and Karen walked in.
Okay. And when you say John and Karen, you're referring to?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And why did that change your plans?
I was excited to see them. I liked Karen, so as soon as I saw her walk in, I was like, hey, I'm going to stay. I want to talk to her.
And what did you notice about John O'Keefe's mood when he arrived that night?
So John was very happy. His niece had just gotten into a private school called Bishop Fian, and that was like the first thing he was talking about. He was elated that she got in, and he was telling everybody about that.
And thereafter, how much interaction did you have with John and or Karen?
Karen and I probably spent the entire night talking. Maybe give or take some time that we didn't, but the majority of the time Karen and I were speaking together.
And if you had to estimate, how long a conversation did you have with Karen?
Maybe an hour, like 40, 50 minutes out of the hour. Like if we spent like an hour together, perhaps we spoke 50 minutes of those out of that hour.
And without telling us the content of the conversation, what was the subject matter, if you remember?
So Karen was also, she mentioned being excited about Kaylee getting into Bishop Fian. And well, when I first saw her, she first started talking about my daughter. So I saw her, she came in, she greeted me, and when we did start talking, she just started talking about my daughter and how much she really loved my daughter's relationship with John's niece.
Okay. And while you were having this conversation with Karen, was it an easy conversation back and forth?
Very easy.
Where were you located within the waterfall while you were having this conversation?
We were at a I don't remember where we were. We were talking. We were sitting down talking at a table.
And how close did you get to her when you were speaking with her?
In order for someone to hear you, because of the band being so loud, we were probably a couple feet from each other.
And in what direction were you facing when you were speaking to her? And I'm talking in relation to Karen.
I don't remember if she was next to me at this point. She could have been next to me at this point.
All right. And your face would have been facing where?
At her.
Okay. That actually was the question. I'm sorry. This is kind of a stilty way to talk, but I have to ask the questions this way.
We were face to face.
There you go. All right. So in other words, Karen was also facing you when she was speaking to you?
Correct.
Did you notice what Karen was drinking?
So she was drinking a drink out of, it was a clear liquid out of a clear glass, and I assumed it to be alcohol of some sort, but I'm not sure.
And while you were talking with her, can you describe, was the conversation coherent?
Very coherent.
Was she making sense?
She was.
Was she engaged in the conversation?
She was.
And did you make any observations regarding her sobriety?
She seemed fine to me.
And you're a pharmacist, correct?
I am a pharmacist.
And you were that night?
I was that night.
How much interaction did you see that Karen had with John O'Keefe?
They had some interaction.
And was there one specific interaction that stands out in your mind, then and today? And I'm talking about a physical interaction.
When they hugged at one point.
Okay. And did John come over to Karen at one point and do something?
He did.
What did he do?
So John went over to Karen and he gave her a kiss on the forehead.
Okay. And that kiss on the forehead, why did that stand out to you?
So, honestly, I'd never seen something like that before, a boyfriend do to a girlfriend in public. Never saw that. So it just stood out to me. I was like, wow, that's the sweetest thing I've ever seen.
Can we cue up Exhibit 22,
PDA is not a
Mr.
big
Wolf?
thing in Canton, apparently. Public
I'd like
displays
to
of
go
affection.
to approximately 11:36 and 41 seconds. And if we can, well, first of all, have you seen that video before, ma'am?
I have.
Do you recognize what Exhibit 22 depicts?
It shows the waterfall.
And is that consistent with what it looked like when you were there that night?
Correct.
And you've previously identified that as being a fair and accurate video of that night?
I do.
If we could zoom in, well, first of all, again, let me try and lay a foundation. Where would you be, if you recall, at the waterfall within that video? To the right, to the left?
I'm in the right, in the black top, sitting on a chair.
Okay. Could we zoom in on that area, Mr. Wolf? Okay.
Who has
We've
the
zoomed
laser?
in. Do you
Get the
see
laser
yourself?
out.
I do.
And where are you seated?
So there's a white jacket on the back of a chair. That's me.
And do you see anybody else in that video
person
that
right
you
here.
now recognize?
I see Brian Higgins.
Okay. And when you say Brian Higgins, is that somebody that you had known prior to that night?
I did not know Brian.
He was one of the people you were introduced to?
Correct.
And you since have learned, put the face to the body, or I'm sorry, I should say the name to the body or the name to the face?
Correct.
All right. And where do you see Brian Higgins?
He has like an emblem on the back of like a sweatshirt.
All right, so his back is to the camera?
Correct.
And we have not located that pointer, have we?
Who stole the pointer from the courtroom?
May I approach the
Yes.
Prosecution had it.
Now, if you can, ma'am, would you please use that pointer to show where you are first?
That's me.
Okay. And Brian Higgins?
That's him.
All right. Do you recognize, at this point in the video, do you recognize anybody else?
Not right now.
Okay. If we could start to play it, Mr. Wolf. And stop for a second. I would ask you, as soon as you recognize somebody else, if you'd speak up and tell us to stop, and we'll pause.
Okay. So right there is Karen's head.
Okay. Is that the back of Karen's head, or?
Correct. So that's the back of her head.
All right. And then, by the way, just so the record's clear, over Mr. Higgins' shoulder, there appears to be a face looking forward on the right shoulder. You see that, right?
Correct.
You're not referring to that. You're referring to the long hair that's in back of that face.
Yeah. Could I point to it again? Okay. So I'm referring to that head right there.
Understood. Okay. And then, I think you had said something else?
And then that right there is John O'Keefe with the hat.
Okay. There's a ball cap.
Correct.
And on the video, as we're looking at it, it's to the right, up the top. It's to the right of the PM chyron there.
Right
up the
to the
top
right
of the screen.
Correct. Sorry.
If we could continue to play. Stop. What do you
Freeze
see?
frame PDA.
So I see John giving Karen a kiss on the forehead.
Is that what you saw that night?
I did. I was looking right at them when it happened.
You were facing them.
I was facing them.
And what about Mr. Higgins? Where was he facing?
It appears that he's facing them as well.
That happened right in front of him.
That's what it looks like.
If we could play further. Okay, you can stop and we can take that down.
Oh, there's another one. He just gave her another. He paused at the second kiss on the forehead.
Now, that night, did you have any information about the nature of Karen Reed's previous interactions with Brian Higgins?
None whatsoever.
Okay. How long did you stay at the waterfall? Or if you recall about what time you got ready to leave?
I'm still there.
I believe things wrapped up around midnight.
And with whom were you leaving around midnight?
So my husband and Matt McCabe stayed behind. They were helping the band clean up and stuff. So it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen Reed that walked out together.
Okay. And you've previously seen video footage of the end of the night with yourself, Karen, and Jennifer McCabe sort of in a grouping?
Correct.
Excuse me, I'm sorry that I just need to clear my throat. I hope that's the last time.
That's okay.
Did you see on that same video at the same time, there's a grouping in another area of the bar at the same time?
Correct.
And do you recall who was in that grouping?
I believe it was Chris Albert, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins.
Okay. Could we now publish again Exhibit 22? And I'd like from the approximate start time of 11:57 and 42 seconds.
I assume this is after what we just saw.
Oh, I'll tell you what. Stop it for a sec. Thank you. Could you zoom in, please, on the right portion of that video, the upper right? We'll start with that. Okay. So this is the start of this clip. It looks to be 11:57 and 38. Do you see anybody in that clip that you recognize?
Yes. So I am the person with the jacket with the fur around the hood, and Karen Reed is the other woman that I'm talking to.
Right. We could play that, Mr. Wolf?
Yeah. Oh, no, not a song. Sorry. Jacket with the fur. I think both jackets have fur.
Right now, do you recognize anybody else in the background of that?
So to the right in the plaid shirt is my husband, Nicholas.
Okay. What about over your left shoulder?
So over my left shoulder is John O'Keefe.
And does that appear to be his back?
Correct.
Okay. You can play. And he was in, stop for a second. He was in your line of vision at that point, correct?
Correct.
What does he appear to be doing?
He appears to be like paying a tab or something like that, or maybe getting a drink. I'm not sure.
Okay. And do you see him looking in a particular direction right now?
He looks to be looking over his left.
Continue to play. Oh, if we could pause for a second. I neglected to ask you to point out with the pointer. We have
I'm
it
sorry.
now. We might as well use it.
Okay.
If you could point to yourself first.
Okay. So that's me.
All right. Karen.
That's Karen.
And John O'Keefe.
That's John.
Okay. Continue to play, Mr. Wolf. Stop. Back up just a sec. Oh.
They need my wheel. They need my wheel.
I'll tell you when to start. Yep. Play. Stop. Okay. Do you see what direction John O'Keefe is facing now?
He's looking to the left.
Okay. Keep going.
Is that Jen McCabe that he was looking at?
Keep going. Stop. What direction is he facing now?
To the left.
And what is over to the left?
To the left. To the
I believe that's where the other group of men are located, perhaps.
Okay. Keep playing. And I'd like to run this to 11:58:25. Stop. At this point, his whole body is turned to the left, correct?
Correct.
And he appears to be facing where the other group of men were?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
He appears to be facing in the direction of where the other group of men were?
Correct.
Continue to play, all through until 11:58:25.
They need one of these so they can rewind and replay. On all the
Okay,
buttons.
that's perfect. Now, keeping the video up, I'd like to now scroll over to the left side of the screen, and we're going to start that at 11:57:42, the same approximate time we started the previous discussion.
So we're backing up 15 minutes. 11:42.
Stop. Okay. You've previously described the other three men. Are you able to identify them on this video now in this still frame clip?
I believe I am able.
And who do you see?
I see Chris Albert, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert.
And which one is which?
Chris Albert is the one that grabbed Brian Higgins' arm, and Brian Albert is with his back towards us.
Okay, now I'll ask you to use the pointer and point to Chris Albert, please.
That's Chris Albert.
On the right.
Yep.
Where's Brian Higgins?
That's Brian Higgins.
In the middle?
Yeah, in the middle. And that's Brian Albert,
Okay.
I believe.
And with regard to Brian Higgins, which direction is he facing?
He's facing the left.
He's facing to the left?
I mean,
his left.
I'm sorry, he's facing to the right.
Okay. And the direction that he's facing in, who's over there?
Sustained.
What is over there? Is that the direction of the bar?
Sustained.
Okay. Continue to play, please.
He hit it.
Stop.
And he's like, okay.
Did you see he grabbed his arm a second time?
Correct.
And Brian Higgins is facing in which direction this time?
He's facing the bar area.
Continue to play, please. Okay. You noticed some motion that Brian Higgins made?
He waved his arm.
Back it up for a second, Mr. Wilk, please.
Judge does not like replaying. Back 10 seconds.
Stop. Did you see a motion?
He put his left arm up.
Okay. Appeared to be summoning somebody?
Sustained.
Leading.
Yeah.
Object to this whole line, says Mr. Brennan.
Continue to play. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Continue to play. I'll bear that in mind.
Keep in mind that you object to this whole thing. Just let it roll so we can see it all. Get over here, get over here, get over here. Hey, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Hey, come on, out here.
Okay, we can stop there. Ms. Kolakithis, did you see how many times Brian Higgins motioned with his arm?
Sustained. Commonwealth versus please, Mr.
Understood, understood. Now,
Commonwealth versus please. The judge cites case law.
Prior to this night, had you known or been aware of Chris Albert?
Just knew him from seeing him at D&E Pizza.
Okay, and you say you've seen him at D&E Pizza in what capacity?
I think he's the owner there at D&E Pizza, and we've gotten pizza there before.
And you'd been in that establishment before?
Correct.
And with regard to Brian Albert, have you had any interaction with him, either that night or before?
So that night, I was introduced to him, and I think I even spoke to him a little bit there, and then maybe saw him like a basketball game. I don't remember him really prior to that night.
Okay. Now, I'd like to play the portion of the video where you are then leaving and ask you some questions about that. Yes, I think we can zoom out and perhaps hit play, Mr. Wolk, at this point. And pause for a sec. If you could use the pointer and just point out again where you are at this point.
That is me.
All right. And are you able to see Karen at that point?
She's right there.
Okay. And what about Jen McCabe? Are you able to see her at that point?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Continue to play, please. And stop for a sec. I should have asked you, if you do see Jennifer McCabe enter the picture, could you alert us?
Okay.
Continue to play.
Posted a link for the case the judge just cited. Involves a video ATM robbery type thing. Haven't torn it apart to see why, but there's the link if you want to look at the case. Commonwealth versus Pleas from 1995. I think originally in 1995. It's dated 99-2000. Has to do with lay witnesses and testimony, so I'll have to tear into that and see what the reasoning was there. But the case law supports the objection that Mr. Brennan raised. Count that as a sigh? That was the end of the clip.
When you can turn the lights back on. When you were leaving the establishment, whom did you leave with?
So again, it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen.
Did anything unusual occur when you were leaving?
So as we were leaving, Jen went over to Karen, kind of put her arm around her, and she started saying, "You're coming with me, you're coming with me." And Karen's like, "Huh? Like, what? Like, where are we going?" And
sustained.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
This is hearsay.
The first part of that answer, the putting her arm around her, "You're coming with me," why did that stand out in your memory?
Just because I was there too, and it just was strange. It was just like, "You're coming with me." Like, it was just something that stood out to me.
You weren't included.
I mean, no, it's fine. I mean, it was just stood out, you know? Yeah.
Did Karen go with Jen McCabe?
No, she did not.
What did you see her do?
So then, out of the clear blue, thinking that Karen was going to go with Jen, I see Karen with John.
And where did you see Karen with John?
I saw them just I was parked across Washington Street, across from the restaurant, and I just saw Karen and John like walking down towards what used to be Amber Road, a place.
It used to be Amber Road?
It used to be Amber Road, yeah.
Is that a Amber Road cafe?
Correct. It was like a it was like a little cafe shop.
And did you figure out why they were walking in that direction?
That's where I think Karen had parked her car.
Did you have any concerns about Karen being able to drive that night?
I had talked to her all night, and I did not notice anything strange about her. Like, I didn't think anything of it.
And once you parted ways, where did you go?
I went in my car.
And what was your last image of seeing Karen and John that night?
It was just them walking towards the car.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm so hungry right now. Is it lunchtime? It is lunchtime.
Okay.
No further questions. Cross-examination. Could be the end of the day right here.
Mr. Brennan?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Was your last image of Karen and John, both of them walking to the car and Karen walking to the driver's side door of that car?
Correct.
That night it was a celebratory mood?
Correct.
Everybody was getting along fine?
Yes, we were. Yes.
You were speaking to the defendant for some time?
Most of the time, correct.
And you saw her at points hugging Jen McCabe?
Correct.
You knew John?
I did.
He was a kind man?
Very kind.
Generous?
Very generous.
Thoughtful?
Very thoughtful.
Soft-spoken?
Yes.
That night was particularly different. He was extraordinarily proud and happy, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
And you could see him emote about his accomplishment that his daughter got into private school.
Correct.
Did you talk to John that night?
I did.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, Ms.
Whoa.
Kolokithis, you are all set.
Okay, thank you.
So why don't I see counsel regarding scheduling?
This might be end of day. We don't want to start ARCA today. I don't think ARCA's here today. We might be done. Basically, no questions from prosecution because prosecution says they really didn't get anything there. We got some testimony that they were lovey-dovey. There were, that they were, some PDA, public display of affection occurred, and that everyone was getting along. Everything that she cited, she saw.
Actually, Mr. Yannetti, just one question.
Everything she observed at the bar was basically on camera. She didn't say anything happened differently than what was caught on camera, and there's really nothing to go into there. It's like, thanks. Everyone was having fun. The reporters sort of jockey for position, first come, first serve at the bar there. And when one person leaves to go make a call, another reporter fills in and gets front row seats.
So I'm going to talk to the lawyers about scheduling. I'm actually going to send you back to the room and bring you back. We will definitely be out of here by 1 o'clock, so a short, if they could just, or Paul, they could just go back maybe 10 minutes and we'll bring you right back.
10 minutes
All
on
right, Fleetwood,
scheduling.
please.
Does it have to be at sidebar? If we're sending the jurors out, I think the judge might have told a little white lie there. There might be a little more to talk about than just scheduling. Probably setting up the Higgins thing. Is that enough to call Mr. Higgins as a witness? It would be a hostile witness. I was impressed with Brennan today. I will say that again. I believe he's a very talented lawyer. Today's testimony, specifically with Lucky, the plow driver, required a different approach than what we've seen him give with some other witnesses, a much softer approach, and he did it. He was able to match his style with the needs for that particular witness. Even though I don't think he scored many points in cross-examining Lucky, I think he did what needed to be done and prevented more damage. It is a lottery for the media, but not all the media gets a spot to put their laptop. Some are basically seated on little high chairs or standing in the back corner. So it looks like three individuals are standing and only 7 are seated. As far as the lawyers go, where they really shine, Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Jackson are fantastic on direct examination. Their ability to lead a witness through the testimony in a logical manner and asking permissible questions is excellent. Mr. Jackson also happens to be fantastic at cross-examination. We haven't seen Mr. Yannetti on cross much in this trial. Mr. Alessi is great at cross-examination. Mr. Jackson's great. Mr. Brennan is fantastic at cross-examination. So he is in his element during this portion of the trial where he is cross-examining all the defense's witnesses. I haven't seen a lot of Mr. Lally either yet in this part, But to be fair, says Veritas, the majority of sidebars in this trial without jury present would be open communication in court. Everything is probably muted for federal reasons. I know there's a lot that they don't want open and talked about, and if those topics do come up, the hassle of kicking people out or coming to sidebar back and forth, it makes sense. I just wish, I could be a fly on the wall and hear it all. Hank does his homework for sure, but I do not like his style, says Alley Cat. Brendan may not be a likable person, but he's a good lawyer. Ethics? Well, that's a question. How's the migraine? The Mountain Dew did its thing. I'm feeling great right now, but I am starving. Oh my goodness, I'm hungry. I'm almost shaking. I need food. So lunch needs to come soon. Can you go over the case law being done in court, after court today? I'm looking at it right now, Dog Lover. That case that the judge cited, and this is rare. This is the first time I've heard the judge give a case law example of why she was sustaining an objection. And she cited Commonwealth versus Pleas, which is Commonwealth versus Michael Pleas, 49 Mass, App CT 321 from Suffolk County. And this is a criminal case where it has to do with video identification of a perpetrator. And the judge properly admitted the testimony of a police officer identified the defendant as the man shown in a videotape assaulting the victim in an automatic teller machine vestibule. Where the photographic images were poor, the police officer had a long social acquaintance with the defendant and his family, and where the defendant's appearance had changed since the time of the crime, the lay opinion of the witness could be helpful to the jury, and probative value outweighed any prejudicial effect. So we've got some similarities here, and I don't think police officer has anything to do with it. But we have a incident caught on camera where the image is poor. The witness has some connection and to the family, knew the individuals in the video, and so possibly with her when she was talking about things, saying, "I believe that so and so," or I think it's so and so. That might have been the reason for the objection. But whatever the objection, I think Mr. Unetti got everything he needed from Karina, and it wasn't really a big deal. That case seems to support his use of video. It does. So it's weird that she supports the objection. So it has to be something about the identifiability of people in the background. There are some cleaned up versions, but this is one the jury is seeing. Cleaned up versions are suspect in a lot of ways because how you clean something up could impact the end result. Usually it's good. Microdot's, I personally think the stuff they've done has been pretty good with the video and figured things out. How many more witnesses the defense have? Well, we've got ARCA for sure, and there were a lot on the list, a whole ton. The defense case is actually quite fluid. And when they say we haven't made a decision yet if we're going to call a witness, it's true. They're not just bluffing and saying we don't want to tell. There may come a point during the defense case where they think right at this moment, as the trial sits right now, we have the jury in the palm of our hand. We think we've got them all. This is a great place to stop. We haven't talked about everything we can talk about, but why go overboard when we've got... We think at this moment, if they're asked to vote, they would be in our favor. So they might stop at any time. I don't think they're going to stop before they get ARCA because that is such a powerful witness that presents very well and supports their side of this story. But they can quit. You could have a witness that fully expected to testify and was prepared to testify and was subpoenaed, but they just say, we didn't need you. We got what we needed and we were ready to go. The lawyers are going to be analyzing that. And just the people who are in court watching the jurors just day by day are picking up on smiles as jurors crack jokes, sympathetic type reaction to situations, where they're writing notes. They're going to be piecing that apart, tearing that apart back in the war room at the hotel every night to sort of gauge where they're at. Chat needs ARCA too. This court does end at 1 today. Today is a half a day. We will have a full day again tomorrow. I liked Alessi at first, but after his tantrum about his hands, I just cannot see or hear him without giggling. I don't remember that. Fish Farm Family, where was that at? Let's talk about food. Can we talk about food? I am starving. Let's see. Let me announce this. Phil Foss, who has been running a trial bingo for the Karen Reed retrial, says they got the first winner. The first winner, it looks like they had Carrie Roberts, Jean Demollis, Dr. Scortabello, Andrew Rentschler, Brian Laughlin, and Jason Becker. That's the bingo roll they got. Phil's been running that bingo for this trial for a long time. Karen Reed bingo. Yes, we talk about this often with many cases as something interesting or unique comes up in a trial, and we're like, bingo didn't have alligators on my card, but some people actually do have bingo cards where they're tracking things. It gives them a way to be entertained in some trials where a lot of the testimony could be monotonous and a little slower. I think if done properly, it's still tasteful. So we talk about food way too much. It's an addiction. I can't live without it, John. Currently eating dill pickle sunflower seeds. I'm thinking about eating some of the mockingbird, roast mockingbird. It's up all night long. It's like, when does that thing sleep? Outside my window. Zamboni would be a bingo type moment. Bingo can help you pay attention. It can. The bird is just going nuts out there. When is our next RA cook-in? I'm trying to get Mrs. RA to agree to do cinnamon rolls, which would require her to do 2 batches because they take so many hours to set and rise. She'd have to make 1 batch and get that rising and in the oven, and then make the other batch, and we'll show the preparation, and then the batch comes out of the oven, and then it would all be, the end result is I get to eat a lot of cinnamon rolls, which I'm a big fan of. But she does such a good job, and oh my goodness, they're good. You can teach the mockingbird to speak. This particular mockingbird has a very unique set of calls, different from some of the other ones. So you can tell mockingbirds apart by their length, by what they say. They're just very unique. Karen Thomas, I have the seasoning for pickled flavor popcorn, and it's been sent to me. I have not eaten it yet. Every time I make popcorn, the kids, they have their old favorite. They like salt and butter, just like in the movie theater. And so they've won so far. But I was sent some pickle flavor popcorn seasoning, as well as some, I think it's Amish popcorn, which is a very uniform pop style, like a round kernel. Not the soft round ones, like the textured round kernels. They're really good. Those cinnamon buns. I work off the cinnamon buns by helping with make them. So I'd work off the calories that way. Okay. Yes. And then I add more icing. Court is not over yet. The jury has not been excused yet, but I think in just a moment the sidebar is going to end as we talk about scheduling going forward. Hopefully the judge will fill us in or fill the jurors in so they know what to expect. Maybe even sort of play it out for the rest of the trial, because believe it or not, we are approaching the end of the trial. It's possible that within a week or so, this could all be in the history books. So maybe the jury gets an update as they are nearing the end of the trial. There's Karen Reed coming back. Looks like the lawyers are coming back as well. So we'll probably summon the jury and get an update and go to lunch. Do you have the Merlin Bird ID app? I do not have that one. How much popcorn means you can't microwave it? Is that because we use an air popper for that one, but I don't think that's a thing. I think that's a joke. Mr. Wolk is wrapping up his cables. He's putting everything away. He has the whole magician's table. He has to fold up. Take the hat, take the black tablecloth, everything. Everybody has less cables than me. I have all the cables. Dill pickle peanuts. Those look good. Who sent me this? Cheryl, thank you. Dill pickle peanuts. That's something to think about. Jury's in. We expect to be wrapped up right here in just a second. After the judge gives her regular admonition and a little bit of a scheduling update to the jurors. We have a Wawa nearby. Brand new one.
Court's back in session. Please be seated.
All right, jurors, I just realized that I probably made you go downstairs and up twice to just come back shortly. I'm sorry I inconvenienced you that way, but we were able to talk. I am assured not only are we on schedule, we are ahead of schedule.
So one or the other.
I understand tomorrow's supposed to be very hot. Court officers are concerned about how we're going to keep the fans and air conditioners going and be allowed to hear the witnesses. I've talked to the lawyers. Everybody's in agreement that because we're ahead of schedule, we give you tomorrow off. All right, so
vacation.
We won't be in session tomorrow. We will be in session Friday all day. So those same reminders, please do not discuss this case with
Friday's
anyone.
also hot.
Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, and read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And be careful with your social media use. We'll see you on Friday.
All right.
All right, that was unexpected. Not only are we on schedule, which would mean we're right where we're supposed to be, we're also ahead of schedule, which means we're ahead of where we're supposed to be. Kaylee, I apologize. You've got one day off, and it's the day the court takes a break. I did see this morning that the court in the area, locally, the weather's going to be close to 90 degrees and probably a fair amount of humidity. This courtroom is very, very hot, and we've had problems with the air conditioning up to this point. Let's see if we can.
Exit the courtroom, please be seated.
All right. Is there anything anybody needs to raise with me at this point?
I need
No,
lunch,
Your Honor.
Okay.
judge, food.
There is one outstanding motion. It's a motion for reconsideration.
It's denied. Okay. I just saw that was the one that was still outstanding. Okay. Thank you all. We'll see you Friday morning.
There's a motion outstanding to reconsider the denial of a witness, particular witness. Yeah. Denied. So that's good. 90 degrees cracks you up. It's the courtroom that's the problem. 90 degrees outside. It's warm. It's hot. But this courtroom, everybody packed in. Very poor air conditioning that just can't keep up with it. They've decided not to hold court tomorrow. So we thought we'd get a full day tomorrow, but no, we get a whole day off, and then we're back on Friday. Friday's going to be like still in the 80s, mid 80s, maybe 80. I think it's like 83 degrees. I think was what's forecast for around court. So still just a few degrees lower than what it was, what it's going to be tomorrow. So that will still be an issue tomorrow with the heat and the fans and the air conditioning. But the thing about Turtle Boy did not come in. It was not admitted. The defense motion was a motion to reconsider a previous decision about keeping a witness out. That was denied, so that's going to just continue as the previous ruling had been. Take the day off, work on the bathroom. You're so close to the finish line. We are really close. Like, the drywall is, we can finish the drywall probably today. I think I've got enough drywall to finish today. It's gypsum board. It's so stinking heavy. And of course, the bathroom has a little tiny half door. You have to fit the whole thing in and then try to maneuver the board up and put it against the wall. It's wild. But anyway, we do need to work on the bathroom. Let's see. It's gone from cool to hot just like that. We had a cool May. The retired police officer would come in and tell us what a normal investigation would look like. Yeah, it's basically talking. He would be testifying about what went wrong with the police investigation. He was excluded. The judge will not allow him in. Motion to reconsider, denied. Bidet, no bidet yet. No bidet yet. They're stinking expensive. Finish the bathroom. Will make Mrs. Ari happy. It will make me happy as well. Let's see, Josh, you sent something. Hold tight. Let's see if we have something to watch here at the end of the day, or if we should save this till tomorrow. Hang on here. It's only 6 minutes, 25 seconds, so a little cleanser to end the day. Let's try this. Give me just a second to get there. Oh, that's the wrong remote. That's why it's not working. Okay, give me a second. We're just trying to pull up this. One day go. 6 minutes and 30 seconds. You guys ready for this one? Hold tight here.
Good morning. Looks like we have two matters here. Ms. Jonas.
Yes.
These are citations that were issued on April 21st of this year on US 131 in Gunplate Township. One is for an expired plate, and the other is for refusal of a roadside PBT. You're here on these citations to do one of three things. First is you could admit responsibility to a citation, or two, admit responsibility, but you'd like to provide some sort of explanation as to how or why this happened. Or three, you wish to contest the citation, in other words, to fight a ticket at what we call informal hearing. What were you looking to do?
Number two.
All right. And what is it you'd like to tell me?
Well, I feel like I had I don't believe the officers respected or took into account that I had a device on my leg. I couldn't walk very well. And I went through all of the requests for sobriety tests. And it was very clear that I passed these sobriety tests, and the officer kept insisting that I hadn't. And I just felt that I was being treated somewhat unfairly, and the officer could have chose just to give me a warning. He chose to give me the ticket.
A warning for what, man?
Well, I know for the expired plates.
Well, your plates are over 6 months expired at this point.
I've been unemployed.
Stop.
Right. I've
you
been
think
unemployed.
That's a warning?
I appreciate that.
Okay.
I've been unemployed since December. I'm currently on unemployment, getting basically $800 a month. I left someone's house because I was being groped. So it wasn't like I wanted to leave. I admitted that I had an alcoholic beverage, and it just turned into, an ordeal where I was being caught on the side of the road in the evenings, which was dangerous, over expired plates, having to go through the sobriety.
and I thought I was just being treated pretty roughly in regards to the circumstances. I was
Well,
not.
that's why I'm trying to just get to the bottom of it, man, where you think you should have just got a warning. A warning for what? For expired plates?
Yes, sir.
Well, ma'am, let me tell you, the grace period on that is about 30 days. Once you get to half a year where you're driving around where you haven't renewed your plates, where the rest of us have to renew our plates, I'm not sure what good a warning would have done.
I've been fighting homelessness. The plates are $200. $200 I didn't have, and that's just the bottom line. I didn't get I've been trying to get unemployment. It took 4 months.
Okay, but those are all choices you made, though.
I understand, Your Honor. I understand, Your Honor.
So the officer is supposed to say, because you don't have any money, you don't have to get the plates like the rest of us. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out where this fell apart, that you think that they are doing something they shouldn't have done. So you get pulled over. They have no idea who you are, right? That they just know you have an expired plate. And you wouldn't have a ticket for PBT if you'd blown into the PBT. I mean, put it this way. You admitted that you were driving and then you had been drinking, right? So you don't think it's proper for them to go through to make sure that you're not someone who's drinking and driving?
There was no cause besides, I was not driving erratically. I was driving the speed limit. I was 2 miles from my home. I left because I was in a dangerous situation. I later have.
Well, let me tell you, ma'am. Once they walk up to the side of your car for whatever reason, and then think that they detect the presence of alcohol, they're going to go through this whole song and dance. That's going to happen to everybody. That's not something you were targeted for or singled out for.
Well, I passed all the sobriety tests. I did everything he asked for. I was cognizant. I wasn't driving erratically.
The problem is you have a ticket because you didn't do everything you asked for, right? They asked you to submit a PBT and you said no.
Because there was no cause. Right, there was no cause for it. Alcohol is not illegal to a certain limit. I was not impaired. I passed the sobriety test.
The bottom line is, ma'am, you've admitted these citations, so there's nothing really for me to decide. I'm just trying to help you understand that, you know, this is the way everyone would be treated under these circumstances. But we're all set for what we need to do in court. You just need to make arrangements to pay those fines and costs with the district court.
Right. And now I have no more money to even get tabs. So now I have it's just compounding a bad situation. Thank you, officer. I appreciated that. And the bottom line is nobody should answer officers' questions ever. That's the lesson. Ever. Thank you.
All right, man. I'm sorry you feel that way. Trust me, it would have gone worse than getting 2 citations.
I should have just never offered anything, and he would have never had cause to pull me out of the car and do a sobriety test, because I was not driving erratically, I was not speeding, and there was no cause.
Ma'am,
I will never admit anything to another police officer for the rest of my life, ever.
All right. I think that choice will go more poorly for you, you'll find, but
it won't go poorly. This went poorly, but I appreciate your honor.
All right. We're all set then. Thank you.
Well, this lesson in law is brought to you by Never Talk to a Police Officer, not a sponsor. Never answer the questions. Well, you know, she's got a point. This one went poorly, but thank you, Josh, for that. I will say this: I am sympathetic to the cause when people are prosecuted for being poor. I hate that the legal system punishes people who can't afford it by charging them more. But I'm not sure if that's the full story here. So anyway, all right. Yes. She had money for some alcohol, but she couldn't afford the tags. All right, that's where we're going to end things today. We got a little bit of a palate cleanser at the end of the day. We're going to wrap things up today. I think what's going to happen tomorrow is we're going to have a little bit of court hopping. A little bit of court hopping as we follow up with some of the things that are happening in other cases with other judges around the country. There's something we get to check around for. It's going to be fun, but no Karen Reed tomorrow. And a million people are going to ask the question. Please be patient with them. A lot of people are not able to watch today and might be able to watch tomorrow when they show up, and will be very disappointed. We'll get the question all day long. Just treat it as if the first time we've been asked. No Karen Reed today. No Karen Reed today. Yep. We're ahead of schedule. Don't worry, we'll be back tomorrow. That's what we're going to say tomorrow. So
in front of the Walmart.
In front of the Walmart. All right, I have to get some work done. I have to get some food in me because now my hands are shaking. I don't know why. Some days I'm not that hungry. I had waffles for breakfast. I should be fine. All right, it's going to be good. It's going to be great. Tonight when you go home, please hug. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe. Do go live again tomorrow. Tomorrow, you guys are terrible. You guys are terrible.
The apocalypse may be upon us.
Tomorrow morning, with a little bit of court hopping before we return to the Karen Reed Trail on Friday. So day 27 is going to be on Friday. No, day 28 is on Friday. Day off. Day off. You guys have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Because he's the guy.
Happy birthday. You look good.